January, so I think we'll make a start of this virtual hearing session on policy matters. Some familiar faces here that I see, and we've been here before in a similar session last year in the summer, which seems an awful long time ago now. So this session has been arranged to consider policy matters, and it's in connection with the application by CWL Energy Limited for the construction and operation of a 45 turbine wind farm, which we now know as Foreside Community Wind Farm. As you know, my name's Claire Milne. I'm a reporter with Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider the application and report my findings and recommendations to them. So as you know, an inquiry was held at the end of June last year, if I remember rightly, dealing with policy, landscape and visual impacts and community impacts. And further inquiry took place in August in relation to cultural heritage matters and any remaining evidence dealing with landscape and visual. And also we touched on conditions as well in a separate session. I wanted background, just a further inquiry session some of you have been involved in, which is scheduled to take place at the end of February relating to the Eskdale Muir seismic array. The dates have been arranged for that. So I've called this additional hearing session really to explore and primarily consider the policy matters relating to NPF4, National Planning Framework. And this is in response to the Scottish Government's publication of that document, the revised draft, at the end of last year. It's been progressing through the Scottish Parliament, as you'll be aware. On the 16th of January of this year, the Planning Minister and the Chief Planner issued a letter to stakeholders in which they indicated the intention to adopt NPF4 on the 13th of February this year. So effectively, this would mean that NPF4 would be in force at that date, and NPF3 and Scottish planning policy would be superseded from this point. Ministers also issued a new onshore wind policy statement at the end of last year, and also a draft strategy and transition plan was recently published for consultation. It's my intention to discuss with you the content of NPF4, the policy statement and the draft energy statement in the hearing session today. Is everybody aware that that's the intention of the session today? Just want to highlight one further issue. Historic Environment Scotland has been in touch with myself. I think Mr. Gregg, representing HES, also included the applicant's details, and they've requested to comment on the revised NPF4. I appreciate that they're not taking part in the session today, and they didn't take part in the original session last year, but the policy matters around cultural heritage were dealt with at the inquiry session. And what they've asked for is if they could write a brief written statement commenting on NPF4. I'm agreeable to that, and I'm going to be sending an email out asking for them to submit that by next Friday, the 3rd of February. What I will also ask is for the applicant to be given the opportunity to respond to that within 7 days, so by the 10th of February, the following Friday. Does that sound reasonable, Mr. Hardy? I'm directing that to you.
Yes, it was just concerned that we got an opportunity to respond, so that's fine, thank you.
Mr. Campbell, you've got your hand up.
Good morning, ma'am. We have the same interest and would like an opportunity to respond. Foreside Community Group. If you include us in that email, it would be much appreciated. In relation to cultural heritage matters only? Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm happy for you to do that. Because I don't expect that it'd be unfair of us to go into detail on cultural heritage matters today without HES present. So happy that. Could you meet the timescale that I've set for HES, which is next Friday?
Yeah.
Can I ask the council?
No, sorry.
Sorry, carry on.
Sorry, I do beg your pardon.
Mm-hmm.
What I was asking you was I'd like the opportunity to comment on HES's comments on NPF4. I could meet any timescale after next Friday that you set for that.
Okay, so you're wanting to see what they say first and then respond accordingly.
But I'm well aware that it was canvassed during the inquiry and witnesses came from Historic Environment Scotland, and obviously we're not going to repeat that evidence.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Hardy, would it make sense then to straddle the responses and you then respond the week later after that?
Yes, I was going to say what we'd like to see is everything and then have the opportunity to respond. So I mean, does it work like this? So HES to put theirs in by next Friday, then community group to put their comments in, if any, by the following Friday, and then we get a week after both of those dates, or whatever that is, in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, so it'd be the 3rd of February for HES, the 10th of February for Foresight Community Group to comment, and then yourself on the 17th.
Yes, thank you.
Can I just give me 1 second, because I've just sent an email to Emma to send out something, but I'll just ask her to hold fire on that while we. Just 1 moment. Okay, so I just wanted to catch that before it went out, otherwise it's just going to get confusing. I'll revise the email and make sure that those dates are indicated. Right, moving on then, just a few housekeeping matters. We were notified this morning that Microsoft Teams is having some global connection issues. So, fingers crossed everything will go well today, and I've certainly seen the connections are fine at this point in time, and we've tested the system this morning just before you joined the call. But there is a global issue. It seems to be only affecting a small-ish number of people relative to the number of people that might use Teams. But I'm just making you aware of that in case we encounter any problems. And at the very last resort, I would have to cancel the hearing session and reschedule if we lost all connection. So, like I say, fingers crossed things go well today. Can you please let me know if you are having any problems? Lucy is on the call, I understand, and either send a message through the chat. She can pick that up through there if you, for some reason, lose connection. And I will keep an eye on the screen as well, in case anybody drops off. So just on that, anyone not intending to speak, could you please turn off your video and also mute your microphone? Mr. Campbell, you've got your hand up. I can't hear you. You need your microphone on.
No, ma'am, I don't have. Sorry, it's gone up, but I didn't mean to put it up.
That's okay.
So sorry.
It's fine.
Okay, there we go.
Everyone who's not intending to speak, could you please turn off the video? So anybody who's a guest, so just observing, could you please turn off your video? I only want to see people on the screen who are participating today. And when you're not speaking, could you mute your microphone and switch it on when you do intend to speak, because otherwise we get quite a lot of feedback. To allow everyone a suitable rest from the screens, I intend to stop for lunch at around 12 o'clock. We'll just see where we are in the proceedings. And then if necessary, I'll introduce a short break this afternoon as well. This will probably take most of the day, given the issues that we're going to be discussing, but I will judge that as we go through. So when you're in a break, can you please turn off your video and microphone, but don't leave the call because you might have trouble reconnecting. So just close everything down and stay on the call. If you need to get my attention at any point, as John has just demonstrated, use the raised hand for this thing, or physically raise your hand. But I quite like to see the little yellow hand on Microsoft Teams pop up because it's more obvious for me to spot that. If I don't spot that, please talk through your microphone and I'll pick you up that way. As this is a hearing, you'll be aware that it will be recorded and placed on our webcasting site shortly after the session. The video recording will be retained on the website after the application is determined. And by taking part, you are consenting to being recorded and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings. Is everybody happy with that? Right, so just moving on to today's session. I expect the following parties to take part today. So for the applicant, I've got Mr. Hardy and I've got Mr. Bell. Is that correct, Mr. Hardy? Just the two of you I need on the screen today.
Yes, that's there are other members of the team listening in, but are not expecting to call on them.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Dumfries and Galloway Council, Mr. Armstrong. You're here representing the council, and I think you've got Mr. McTeer.
That's correct, ma'am. Just on one point, I did have my hand up, but I physically put my hand up just in relation to the historic environment point. We were certainly intending to discuss that today under the other relevant NPF policies, and obviously Mr. McTeer has got a section in his statement on that. So we had assumed that that would be dealt with today. And indeed, I think the applicant also has comments on that in their statement.
Yeah, I understand you've touched on a number of policies, as are other parties, and I think I'm going to ask to pull out a few of those, perhaps the more pertinent to today's discussion. The problem is that Historic Environment Scotland is not present with us today. It's just the way that the arrangements have come about in the way that we ran the inquiry last year. So I think it would be unfair of me to take and listen to parties' evidence on that today without having them present. If you are happy to respond in the way that Mr. Campbell is going to respond on the 10th of February to HES's comments coming in on the 3rd, then I'm happy to include you in that written submission process.
Could we be included in that, Ma'am?
Yes. Can I just ask from Scottish Borders Council's point of view, is it a similar situation, Mr. Kirk?
It possibly would be, ma'am. I'm not sure if we'd wish to respond, but yeah, once we've seen their submissions, we may wish to respond. So yes, if we can be included that as well, that would be helpful.
Although I understand you've withdrawn your objection in relation to historic environment matters, Scottish Borders Council.
So we have.
Any outstanding to include?
Apologies, ma'am. I'd forgotten that bit. Yes. We can have a look at it. I doubt that we will be responding, given that we've withdrawn a particular objection on that score. So, but we'll look at it and reserve our position. But I anticipate we probably won't be responding.
Yeah, so likely I think I'll be expecting anything on that from you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Atson, for just popping in and just filling that bit of the previous discussion. So it'd be yourself and Mr. McTeer today. No, Mr. Armstrong, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. And then Mr. Kirk, on behalf of the Scottish Borders Council, we've got Scott Shearer with us. So is it yourself and Mr. Shearer today?
Yeah, I'll be mainly deferring to Mr. Shearer, ma'am.
Okay. And then moving on to Foresight Community Group, Mr. Campbell. We have Christopher Ford with today. You also mentioned John Beachy and Yvonne Jackson. Are they taking part today or are they just observing?
Oh, ma'am, they're just observing.
Okay.
I'm here with Dr. Ford.
Okay. Is there anybody else that I'm not aware of that was intending to take part today? Okay, thank you. Now, I've had hearing statements in from all the parties taking part today. I did had one additional statement from Dumfries and Galloway Council in relation to the draft energy strategy. As I understand it, I haven't had any other additional statements, but that doesn't mean that parties can't discuss that today, and it is an item on the agenda. So I issued an agenda on Monday. Apologies for the late issuing of that. I would have liked to have got that out a little bit sooner. But hopefully you've all seen it. You're aware of some of the issues we were going to be discussing, which I'd given you an indication of beforehand. As you'll see, I intend to go through all the relevant documents highlighted. And I've highlighted a series of points I want to explore with you, and I'll have additional questions around those points. I expect the hearing to be conducted as a discussion. But if you have any particular questions for any party, please could you put them through me first, please. So if you could have all the relevant documents in front of you, so you'll need the revised draft national planning framework, the onshore wind policy statement, and the draft energy strategy, and also the relevant extracts from the local development plans. All the documents referred to today should be available on our DPA website under the case reference. And I think I put a note together in the agenda that it was my intention that policy matters concerning Eskdale Muir would be dealt with at the inquiry session, which is arranged for February, March time. So I don't expect any discussion on that particular topic today. Okay, that's housekeeping setting up the session today. Are there any questions before we begin? Great, thank you. Right, starting off with the National Planning Framework. As I said, it was published at the end of last year. It's going through the parliamentary process, and likely intention is that it will be adopted on the 13th of February, and it will be enforced at that point. So I'd like to explore with the parties the current application of the revised, where we are. I'm dealing with the application at the moment, I'm obviously anticipating that it will be adopted by the 13th of February. And I'd like to explore that in the context of the proposed development. So discussion is going to focus on a number of areas, which I'll break down point by point. I appreciate you might want to take me to other documents. We are going to come on to those documents. But if there's something actual key that you want to highlight, I'm happy for you to do that. But I don't want to jump around too much because my note taking will be impossible at that stage. And it will be difficult to follow the discussion and the points being made. So the first thing I want to explore is the weight to attach to the National Planning Framework. What do parties understand to be the weight decision makers are required to afford to NPF4, particularly given where it is in the parliamentary process? And remembering that for Section 36 proposal, it's the case that the NPF4 is a significant material consideration in that process. So I'm going to direct that firstly to the applicant, Mr. Hardy or Mr. Bell. Want to come in first on that point?
Yeah, Mr. Bell, we'll pick that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, we know it's now approved without amendment. So the revised draft is the approved version, and I would say very significant weight to that now, given that there has been no amendment to that document. We know that as of 9 AM on the 13th of February, it will come into force as part of the development plan. And I would therefore say substantial weight at that stage. So it notches up once it is enforced as part of the development plan. But recognising, as was just highlighted, that Section 25 of the 1997 Act does not apply, therefore there is no primacy. And it is, as you put it, a significant material consideration. So the conclusion would be substantial weight as of 13th February. Thank you.
Is there any disagreement with that particular position from anybody else? Mr. Campbell, you have your hand up.
Could I ask Mr. Bell through you whether by that answer he means that the NPF should receive the same weight as the development plan? The law is going to be that the NPF will be part of the development plan, of every development plan. Does Mr. Bell mean that the National Planning Framework will simply be treated as part of the development plan?
Mr. Bell, do you wish to comment?
Yes, I think it's saying substantial weight to NPF4, but there will be different situations around the land in terms of the makeup of the development plan documents. For example, within Highland, the LDP was adopted in 2012. And here, Dumfries and Galloway's LDP was adopted in 2019. And it will be necessary to look at whether there are any incompatibilities in line with the amendments made to the 1997 Act to then establish which document prevails. And if that is the case, then there's clearly going to be a differentiation in the weight that may be attached to different development plan documents within the overall suite of the development plan as it is now made up.
Campbell, anything further on that, or is that does that answer your question?
Doesn't really, because I think the answer is yes, it is the same as the development plan. You would treat an old development plan in the way that Mr. Bell has precisely described. What I was wondering whether was whether we treat the NPF4 in the same way. But I take his point about inconsistencies, so probably there's nothing here to hold us up.
Thank you. Anything further on the issue of weight to attach to NPF4 that other parties want to raise from the councils at all? Mr. Armstrong?
Ma'am, we'll no doubt come on to the incompatibility point and what will be the amended section 24 of the 1997 Act, I think in item 3 of the agenda. So I'm happy to leave a discussion in relation to that stage. But obviously, come the 13th of February, the NPF4 will form part of the relevant development plan. And the council's position is that the development plan should be given considerable, significant weight.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kirk. Anything further, or shall I move us on to the next item?
I'm happy to defer that to my colleague, Mr. Shearer, if he wishes to respond.
Yeah, no, I've nothing to say in disagreement to what Mr. Bell has said. Just refer to Chief Planner issued a letter on the 16th of January advising of the adoption period, and within it there was reference that in advance of the adoption that we're expecting to see advice on transitional arrangement for local development plans, which will cover the implementation of various policies. So there may well be some guidance that comes out in the coming weeks about that.
That's correct. I understand the regulations, the statutory instrument has been issued. I think it was put out in the last day or two. Not had a chance to have a look at it. So there is something starting to appear in terms of transitional arrangements. Right, thank you for that. I'll move us on to just something I want to explore a little bit more is how national planning frameworks intended to be used. And there's the detail set out in Annex A, which you maybe will be familiar with. And I'm going to quote part of that on page 97, and I'll ask you to comment. It states that this isn't talking about national developments. Their designation, this is national developments designation, is not intended to describe in detail how the project should be designed, matters to consider, or impact assessments and mitigation to be applied. In addition to the statement of need at Annex B, decision makers' applications for consent for national developments should take into account all relevant policies. So there's a bit of context there in terms of how NPF4 envisages the considerations of the national development designation alongside all other matters. I shall go to each of you in turn, but what do parties understand from that detail that's set out in Annex A in how national planning framework is meant to be used? And I know we'll dig down into some of the individual policies, and I know we'll touch on what national development status means as well. I'm going to go into those issues, but I just want that overall take on how it's meant to be used. I will go firstly to the councils to get their take on this. So Mr. Armstrong first.
Ma'am, this is a matter that Mr. McTeer will address.
Thank you, ma'am. As was set out in a statement, the NPF4 is designed to be used as a whole, or with all policies to be taken into consideration. Have highlighted that the designation of national developments are important to help deliver the spatial strategy that the plan is setting out to do. It doesn't take away from an individual assessment of every development as they come forward. In terms of the designation of national developments, we have always had national developments, certainly for the last few years. And I suppose the key difference between national developments that we had then and now was mostly a sort of consenting issue and how they were determined at the local level. It's clear that all the national developments, and I suppose we're looking at number 3 for strategic renewable energy, electricity generation and infrastructure, that this development falls within that particular sort of category. On page 98 of NPF4, it does say that planning is complex and requires a careful issues, which I suppose feeds into the sort of the part that you quoted to us just at the beginning there, ma'am, where projects need to be the detail needs to be set out for each of those. But halfway down page 98, you know, the policy sections are for use in the determination of planning applications, noting that this is a section 36 consent, but the policy should be read as a whole. So one feeds into the other, so to speak. So that's pretty much the only sort of point I would make on that one so far, ma'am.
Can I just, excuse me, a bit croaky this morning. Can I just ask Mr. Chair, when you say as a whole, on the whole, I understand the point you're making, but I just want to dig in a little bit more. So if you've got a national development status, let's say you've got a development that hasn't got national development status, for example, you would just then rely on the policies and balance those accordingly. When you've got a national development status, does that sit alongside the policies? Does it sit above the policies? Does it play into the policies? How do you see that working?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is, I think it's fair to say that we've not yet fully tested a national development against NPF4. Obviously it's very new for us. So yeah, we are still trying to digest it, but not carried out that fundamental test against an application yet. But yeah, I think how Mr. McTeer has described it very eloquently, I think is exactly our interpretation of the status as well, and certainly the designation of national development certainly raises the significance, if you like, of these type of developments, because we recognise that these type of developments are needed to meet the spatial strategy. However, that does not give it any other weight, and it's still each development has to be considered against the relevant policies within NPF4 as a whole.
Mr. McTeer?
Yes, ma'am. Just one point on your question about the difference between, say, where we're looking at a major development and a national development is the issue of need. National developments, the issue of need is set out in NPF4, whereas other applications that we would have in, again, would the sort of part of the plan that I'd already read out, where the policy sections, you know, would be read as a whole, and that the support there is in principle, but it's for the decision maker to take into account all the relevant policies for that.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to come to the applicant to just comment on that issue about how to use NPF4 and anything that's been said by the councils there in response. Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I would start with the beginning of NPF4, which refers to the spatial principles or the three themes of the spatial strategy. And the national development that we're dealing with here contributes to sustainable places. And page 4 of the NPF makes it clear that national developments will be a focus for delivery. That's implementation of the spatial strategy. And within the Annex B, third paragraph, it refers to the statements of need in the third paragraph, page 99, which are a requirement of the 1997 Act. And they refers to descriptions of the development as national development for consent handling purposes. So it's clearly for handling consents and development management. And the big difference now compared to the outgoing national policy, previously national developments had been major port developments or very special land use proposals, which were perhaps in conceptual stages, but had yet to go through consent handling. we now have elevated to that special status individual generating developments of 50 megawatts and over. And that reflects the importance of the delivery of the spatial strategy. And if we look at the statement of need for National Development 3, it tells us that additional electricity generation from renewables and transmission capacity of scale, and that's an important word, given the scale of this particular proposal, is fundamental to achieving net zero economy and so on. And then at the top of page 103, with reference to the strategic renewable electricity generation development type, it referred to a large and rapid increase in electricity generation. We know that that is all aimed at the 2030 target. That chimes with what is in the onshore wind statement that we'll come on to. But so I think that's the important context to recognise within NPF4. But I think I would agree with Mr. McTeer, Mr. Shearer, that clearly there's a direction to take into account other policies, of course. And I think where the national status will bite in some policies is, for example, where some policies refer to maybe a balancing mechanism requiring benefits to be of at least local importance or national importance. And that's where you get a very specific interaction amongst the policies as well. So I think that's the summary description, and the detail is in my hearing statement. Thank you.
Okay, we've kind of moved on to national development, which is fine. We should put where I thought we might end up with that quote that I put in there. Just before we move away completely from that and still looking at how we use national planning employment, can I just ask Mr. Campbell and maybe the witness, Dr. Ford, to come in? Does he have any comments on that?
Thank you, Mark. Good morning to you and everybody else. I think my broad comment is sympathy for the question. Certainly on reading this fresh for the first time in December, you have this sense that we have, just put my own statement, the spatial strategy. We've also got national outcomes and national development. And then there's the kind of hierarchy of national planning framework, regional spatial strategies, and then local development plans and local place plans. It isn't actually clear how these things really fit together. Was my reading and kind of observation on the thing. And even with looking at Annex A, I don't think there's actually a complete explanation of how the different elements, if you like, dovetail together to give a clear picture of what's expected. I would hope that in time that we might get some guidance on this from the chief planner, etc. And obviously, if not, then it'll be something that turns out in decision making. And it may be that some of those decisions get, trigger a bit more guidance. But I certainly, I understand the point of the question here, and I think that was just something that struck me when I read the document in its own right. It doesn't, to me, flow very well. But putting aside those issues, it is quite clear that going back to the paragraphs that you've referred to on page 97, Mark, that my reading of this is that even though, and I certainly accept what Mr. McTeer and Mr. Bell and everyone has said, is that the general principles are there about national development, but even where the need is established in terms of, as Mr. McTeer has said, there is still a need to fully assess this against all of the policy, any proposal. So on page 97, under national developments, it makes absolutely clear national development status does not grant planning permission. And even though this is section 36 consent, in terms of the planning permission content of this, it can't be taken as a given, as a read, as automatic. And therefore, we have to go through and apply all of the policies. we'll come on to the details of those policies, I'm sure, later on in the day. But it is clear, as I think Mr. Scott has already pointed out, the document says explicitly that it has to be read as a whole, and you can't focus in on individual policies, such as policy 11, which is relevant to this development. You have to consider the other policies as well. Some of those are explicitly referenced in policy 11, for example, but others are not. And you do have to go back and not just check, proposals such as this proposal just against policy 11. You have to go back and check it against all the other policies as well. There is some assistance in that from the cross-cutting summaries that are provided fairly well up in the document, one for climate change and one for nature crisis. But I think the point is you can't just look at one individual policy and that's relevant to a particular development. You have to take all the policies across the board. It is very clear that the document has to be read as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. I understand the point you're making. I'll let you come in a second, Mr. Bell. But what is the point then of having national development status in terms of renewable energy developments in national planning framework? What do you think is the point of having those identified?
Well, it does two things. One is it as Mr. Chair said, it establishes need. Okay, I actually don't think that's well defined, and we'll perhaps come back to this in terms of when we're looking at policy 11 later on. I don't think it's actually well defined for renewable energy developments, in fact, but that's a side issue. And secondly, it states importance.
So two things there: establishes need, she put some comments on, and it states the importance of that particular type of development in a national context.
Yes, and there are some policies where it says these things are relevant of local importance, and there are sometimes some factors being considered where there might be locally significant effects, but if there's countervailing national importance, some of those can be offset. So that dovetailing process is really what needs to be established in practice, in my view, and this is where, as part of my criticism of NPF4 generally, it doesn't dovetail together very well to put out those links. Some of them are explicit, but my feeling is that some of them are not explicit and will need to be established over time.
Okay, I appreciate you have some issues with the way it's been drafted and some of the maybe lacking in guidance, but we are having to deal with it, having to use it. I'm going to have to make a decision, write a report and make a recommendation for the ministers. Mr. Bell, you wanted to come in?
Yes, it was just on a quick point really about the discipline that planners should follow in terms of dealing with a development plan appraisal. And I would just reference briefly the City of Edinburgh case. It's a long-standing case. It used to be referred to at the back of NPPG on the planning system in Scotland about how to deal with a development plan appraisal. To be fair, that was on section 25 and that doesn't apply, but the key point was to look at the most relevant policies, not to ignore all the others, but to look at the most relevant. So here it would be policy 11, but also the national development position.
Do you want to come in on that at all? Do you agree with that point made by Mr. Bell?
We are always, planning is a subjective process. We are always making judgments. We are always balancing considerations. I do some lecturing sometimes, and one of the things I say is we never have a final, conclusive, 100% satisfactory outcome, because we're always making suboptimal judgments and so on. And therefore, I take on board the principle that Mr. Bell's outlining, but I don't think we can take the outcomes as a foregone conclusion. And that is because you do have to judge every development on its own merits in each case. Policy gives us some of the mechanisms for doing that, but it doesn't actually give us the conclusive determination or judgment.
Are you suggesting that you wouldn't focus in on the most relevant policies, or?
No, I'm sure there are areas where there are particularly relevant policies, and and if you like, there's a spectrum of policies that become less and less relevant to the point that some are irrelevant and can be completely discounted. And I suspect we'll get onto some of those today, where, for example, they're not explicitly directly relevant, and then there are ones that are explicitly but less relevant, and then lose their, if you like, focus. So that's the way I tend to view these judgments. And it's because we still have this maximum, which is restated in NPF4 of the right development in the right place. Those are still very difficult judgments, particularly made in isolation. But there are policies which are much more focused and much more relevant, and then there's a spectrum moving away from.
You usefully there led us into looking at the differences, and that was the next place I was going to move on to. And the outgoing policy, I want to explore the key differences and similarities with the outgoing policy. So my first question was exactly the point you just brought up: is achieving the right development in the right place, is it still a main tenet of national planning policy? So I'm just going to direct that. Mr. Ford, do you want to come in first? Then I'll ask the councils, then I'll ask the applicant to come in.
Simply yes.
And what's your justification for that? Can you point me to something in National Planning Framework that explains that is the main tenet, that it's clear from my point of view in understanding that?
It uses a slightly different phrase. I can't think where it is.
Okay.
But I will find it. It's certainly explicit in OWPS, which we'll come to later on. That phrase is actually used, but there is this kind of right development sentiment, if you like, expressed within it. But let me find it.
Okay, just take a minute to have a look.
Right, sorry, on page 3.
Page 3.
The paragraph in the bottom right refers to making the right choice about developments. Should be. You think that's another way of saying the same thing?
Sorry, just clarify for me. Where are we looking at? Which paragraph? Which?
The bottom right-hand paragraph.
Where it starts the process for preparing this strategy.
Page 03.
Apologies, I'm on page 2 is the way this is working. Right, where it starts planning as a powerful tool.
Yes. In the middle of that, it says the challenge means that we will need to make the right choices about where development should be located.
Sorry, I'm not on this page. Can you just clarify the page number?
It's page.
It's 03 in the PDF numbering.
Is this the onshore wind policy statement you're in?
No, NPF4, David.
I don't know whether this helps, but page 7, if you look at the second paragraph, that might help, Mr. Ford.
7.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Mr. Hard.
It's all right, Mr. Ford.
So under National Spatial Strategy, ma'am, the first non-bold paragraph finishes with this phrase, the right development in the right place.
And in terms of the way the NPF4 is written, I understand the point you made about maybe understanding the linkages between things, but that's under national planning strategy. That's at that high level, and within that falls the national developments that have been identified, including strategic renewable energy generation. Okay, all right. Is it fair to assume from what Mr. Ford has said that parties are in agreement that the tenet is still in place in National Planning Framework? Can I just ask if there's any comments anybody wants to make?
Yes.
Mr. Bell, yeah.
Thank you. The words are there. That's correct. But it's very much an oversimplification of the planning system in many ways. The right development in the right place. So we need to look at, well, what does that mean in terms of how we interpret and apply policies? And there are clear planning policies now in place, and they are different from those that were there before. I'm not sure if you want me to go into any what I take as these key differences yet, or
yeah, that would be helpful. Yes, we're going to cover that under the agenda now,
because that's on the sort of next agenda item. So the first thing would be that there's no spatial framework. That's gone. And in terms of the groups 1, 2, and 3. So insofar as the government wanted the right development in the right place, that was their guidance in SPP. And we know from policy 11 that it is developments will be supported in principle in all areas except for national parks and national scenic areas. There are, of course, policies that will come to bear on developments with national parks and national scenic areas. And linked to that, there is the national development status. So I won't cover that again. We've been through that, but that's a fundamental difference. And within the suite of policies, there are some differences. It may be that you have that further down on the agenda in terms of other policies and how they differ. So I'm happy to defer any of that detail until later in the agenda, unless it's helpful to give a quick run through of what the headline points are.
Just cover it briefly if you wouldn't mind, and then I'll give you an idea of where we might need to go when we get detail of that.
So, for example, Pete, it's not an issue really in this case, but the government has now expressly set out that renewable energy developments and essential infrastructure are permissible, subject to site-specific assessment. Secondly, we know wildland. There's express allowance for renewable energy developments in wildland. And in relation to development not in wildland, not a significant consideration if there are effects on those areas. So big change there. We know there's some change in terms of the approach to local landscape designations. We'll come on to that later. And in terms of re-emphasis of economic benefits and biodiversity importance, they are evident in policy as well. And within policy 11, there are some specific differences. I know policy 11 is coupled down on the agenda, so there's quite a bit to say about that. So I'm maybe happy to stop there.
Yeah, I want to explore policy 11 in a bit more detail with everyone. So that's useful just to get kind of headline things. Is there anything that anybody is sticking to a kind of headline issues, differences? Is there any disagreement with that for any party? Mr. Armstrong.
Ma'am, if I perhaps start off for the council and then Mr. McTeer comes in, but just on the point that Mr. Bell set out, that there's no, the spatial framework, as he put it, has gone. But as he accepted, obviously we have policy 11, which identifies that as far as national parks and scenic areas are concerned, this type of development is inappropriate. But we've also policy 4. It gives increased importance and protection to local landscape areas. And obviously, in this case, one of the key issues that you heard a considerable amount of evidence on was in relation to the effect on the RSA. And it's the council's position that policy 4 now gives Scottish Government support for the protection of local landscape areas, and sets out, as we'll no doubt come on to discuss in due course, that development proposals that affect a site which is designated a local landscape area will only be supported, and then there's the 2 criteria set out, and we'll no doubt come on to discuss that in due course. So I don't know if it's absolutely correct to say that the spatial framework is gone and it hasn't been replaced by something else. That it has been replaced by something else, and I've given examples of what the MPG sets out in relation to national parks, scenic areas, and the heightened importance to local landscape areas. On other changes, Mr. Bell's mentioned some of them. policy 3 does identify a change, and I'm sure Mr. Ford will be referring to that in due course. But policy 3B does identify that development proposals for national or major developments, or for developments that require an environmental impact assessment, will only be supported where it can be demonstrated that the proposal will conserve, restore, and enhance biodiversity. Again, that's a different test from what was government policy before. Perhaps my final point on this as an introduction before handing over to Mr. McTeer is again in relation to policy 11, and it's going back to the spatial framework point that Mr. Bell made. As with all the policies, I think in the NPF, there is a section that identifies what local development plans should do, and obviously policy 11 is has its section on what local development plans should do, and again that sets out that LDPs should seek to realise their areas for electricity and heat from renewable, low carbon and zero emission sources by identifying a range of opportunities for energy development. And again, one can see, and we'll no doubt come on to discuss the local development plan and its compatibility, which is the test with the NPF under the next section. With that sort of introduction, if we could hand over to Mr. McTeer.
We really don't have a great deal to add on top of what's been said so far by Mr. Bell and Mr. Armstrong. The key difference, or the key similarity, between outgoing policy has already been mentioned, and I set it out at 2.6 in my hearing statement about the right development in the right place. Noting that the comments that have been made on the spatial framework, sort of going from SPP, I don't really have a great deal to go on with that. I suppose the only other point that I would highlight, and we're likely to come on to it and on the next agenda item, is policy 1. An explicit sort of change in policy in terms of giving weight to the climate crisis and the nature crisis as well, which we're going to come on to. And again, the sort of the test in policy 3, whereas previously we were looking for, and we're looking in this case just purely for the point of biodiversity, we'd be looking for developments to have no significant negative impacts. This introduces a different hurdle in terms of biodiversity, where the proposal would only be supported where it will conserve, restore, and enhance biodiversity. So differences in the type of hurdles that one has to overcome as part of the wider policy picture.
Thank you. I'll just ask Scottish Borders Council to come in.
Yep, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, nothing too significant to add. It's clear that NPF4, at the heart of it, is the climate emergency and the nature crisis as well. These are key fundamentals that are significant, kind of cross-reference points all the way through NPF4. But yeah, at paragraph 3.23 of our statement, we've also identified the words on page 7, talking about the need to address this, but also to do it in the right manner, in the right place, which is as per previous national policy frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you. I suppose there's a general consensus that there are differences that are being highlighted. There's some similarities as you'd expect. I suppose just a general question out there, because I've had all arguments put forward, and well, no doubt this will come out as we talk today. Are we looking at a radical departure? Are we looking at an evolving situation? Or are we looking at the status quo? Or are we looking at something different there that I'm not highlighting? For me, that covers all. That seems to cover all possibilities. Mr. Bell, you had your hand up first, and then I'll come to Dr. Ford.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. It was just in relation to some of the points Mr. Armstrong made. When I was speaking, I made it clear that it was the Group 1, 2, 3 spatial framework that has gone in its entirety. So that spatial framework and planning approach has gone. Furthermore, it's not correct to say that the Scottish Government policy did not protect local designation. We know paragraph 196 in SPP allowed authorities to give an appropriate level of protection to local landscape areas. And I think this will be one fundamental difference between us and certainly Dumfries and Galloway Council. We don't agree that the Scottish Government has given heightened strength and protection to local landscape areas through Policy 4. We would say that's a misreading of the policy approach, but we'll come on to that.
If I may just interject there too, Mum, there's a difference. I know we're going to come on to the policies in more detail, but Policy 4 is a generic policy. Policy 11 is the specific energy policy. And just to flag the point, and I suspect this is where we will get to, Policy 11 singles out development that's within national developments for wind farms in national parks and national scenic areas will not be supported. But the in-principle support for wind farms in all other areas, including locally designated areas, is clearly set out. So it's a difference between the generic and the specific. Here we're dealing with an onshore wind farm. Paragraph 11 does make in our view, a clear distinction between the two. So sorry to interject there. I just thought it was helpful to just to make that point there.
Thank you. Would you like me to answer the question about radical or status quo, or business as usual, as it might be put? I think it is. I think I've used the term certainly in terms of Policy 1, an aspect of Policy 11, that it is a radical departure from the usual approach of policy and weight. The matter of weight has, up until now in planning policy, been a matter for the decision maker judgment in any given case. But we have a fundamental change now where there is a direction given to the decision maker, Policy 1, to give, this is the next item on the agenda, significant weight to the climate and the nature crisis, and also separately significant weight to the contribution that a development would make to the targets. And we started the discussion, we could see how that is a policy imperative woven through the national development approach in terms of targets and 2030. And it's no coincidence that the onshore wind policy statement was published at the same time, with a radical shift in deployment requirements, where we'll come on to it, but it's in effect 130% increase of what is currently operational in Scotland to be delivered in 7 years. And that has to be it has to be a reasonable description to call that as a radical uplift in deployment. And we know the government wants to go further and faster. And the policy approach that has been put in place has rebalanced the planning system. We had notice of that. That is what NPF4, I would say, now delivers.
Thank you. Dr. Ford.
Thank you, Ron. There's obviously a lot of the detailed policies around Policy 11, we'll come on to later on, that are very similar to and carry on from the previous policy positions. But if we look wider than that, there are, in my view, two fairly fundamental radical changes in NPF4 over the previous policies. The first is the importance given to the nature crisis. We've never really seen the nature crisis and biodiversity and everything that else is involved in the nature crisis really very explicitly stated in policy before. It is new. It reflects not just a shift in Scottish policy, but a global trained to recognising of the whole problems about declining biodiversity and the nature crisis. So that in itself, I think, is quite radical. It's now given equal weight with addressing climate change, and obviously we'll come on to that on the next agenda item. The second item that's quite radical is the way that renewable energy is treated. Renewable energy used to be a major focus of NPF4 and SPP previously, with a dedicated section given to particular onshore wind farms. There's been a very significant change in that. I suspect because essentially we have effectively decarbonised electricity generation in Scotland. All that is left to do in terms of not decarbonising electricity generation in Scotland is really to address Peterhead Power Station, which is the last remaining fossil fuel power station in Scotland. And once that's done, electricity generation in Scotland will be fully low carbon. So the priority in terms of addressing climate change is not about generating more electricity from low carbon sources. It's about decarbonising the rest of society. So it's about decarbonising heating in homes, transport, and fossil fuels used in transport, and other sectors of industry. So, and commercial premises and so on. So it is about taking out all of that fossil fuel that's currently there. Now, I won't restate what we've said earlier on in our May submissions, but we at that point, Foresight Community Group gave you a whole systems perspective in terms of what those other energy requirements are like. And what we've seen since then is that the applicant has shown that this proposal doesn't answer that problem. If consented and built rather, if this proposal went ahead, it would add more renewable electricity generation. In practical terms, that cannot be used. And in practical terms, more importantly, in terms of what NPF4 is radically introducing here, is the concept that what we're trying to do is decarbonise the rest of society, not purely electricity generation. And in that sense, this proposal doesn't make a beneficial contribution to that.
Okay, could I just stop you there, Dr. Ford, because we're probably going to drift into this as we start to explore policy 11 a little bit more, and as we talk about onshore wind policy and the transition plan as well. So I understand the point you're making. Can I just ask you the question
Sorry, Mark.
Excuse me, the question I had was about where we are in terms of what the shift has been, or has there been a shift? And where would you see it sits in the three ways I described it?
Well, I think it's radical in terms of the nature crisis introduction. It's also radical in terms of lowering renewable electricity generation into being one of the policies as opposed to the prime policy. So if you look at the cross-cutting list of policies that are affected, given for climate change, addressing climate change, we'll see that policy 11 is one of something like 13 policies designed to address climate change. It's therefore slipped down the ranking very substantially. And its importance in terms of contributing to climate change is actually quite fundamental.
Now you have your hand up.
Right. Sorry, Mark, were you asking me to come in there?
You had your hand up. I thought you wanted to respond to the point made by Dr.
Yes,
Ford.
just to say, the applicant's position is that is not what is within NPF4 and the onshore wind policy statement. Just to give you one reference, page 49 of the onshore wind policy statement states deployment of onshore wind is mission critical for meeting our climate targets. So to say it's gone down the rankings and is now not important is simply, we say, not correct. And if we look at the description in NPF4 on page 103 of the national development a large and rapid increase in electricity generation from renewable sources will be essential for Scotland to meet its zero emission targets. So that is talking about the wider penetration into electric car charging, moving to electric heat pumps, electric space heating throughout all urban real estate and buildings. Mr. Ford's quite correct in that Scotland's been really successful at decarbonising the electricity generation system, but the challenging areas remain, and the government's view is that it's going to be through renewable generation, and there must be, as they put it in the transition plan, the fastest possible move away from oil and gas, which we'll come on to. Thank you.
If I may just add in there, so policy 11, I mean, cuts against everything Mr. Ford has said. It's just a misreading of what's taken place. The policy intent to encourage, promote, and facilitate all forms of renewable energy development onshore and offshore. And the policy outcome is expansion of renewable, low carbon, and zero emissions technologies. So to suggest it somehow has fallen down the agenda, I'm afraid, is just perverse.
I understand the point being made. I think we can explore this a little bit further when we dig into the policy statement and strategy transition plan. Just before we move on, do the councils have a view on where they think the change, or if there is a change between what's outgoing and what's coming in terms of whether it's radical, whether it's same business as usual, or whether it's an evolving situation? Can I ask Dumfries and Galloway Council first?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Just to answer the question, it's I think we're looking at something different. That's certainly our take on NPF4. NPF4 is obviously designed to be part of the development plan, but I think one of the consequences of that is that future LDPs are to be slimmer. There's to be sort of less in them, so to speak, and it's mostly to guide sort of local or specifically local issues to be addressed. I mean, there are, and we've been over the sort of the points of NPF4 that are radically different to the situation we're in just now, particularly around policies 1 and 3. Certainly in terms of what future LDPs are to win, and obviously in the past we've looked at things like business and industry, we've looked at housing land, these things are in there as well. There are other requirements of NPF4, and one that it doesn't really relate to this case, but I mention it just as an additional sort of change to the LDPs, is to do with caravan sites, and LDPs have to identify areas for caravan sites, which is not something that we do with ours. And if you're not doing that, then presumably you would need some kind of non-conforming use policy to go with that. So there are changes with the LDP going forward. But I suppose we are we're in a different place. Looking at NPF4, it links in with the onshore wind strategy. It links in with the draft energy strategy. You can see how everything is all fitting together, and there's a common thread runs through them all. Just something that I picked up on that Mr. Bell said. I was in attendance at a stakeholder group last week to do with delivering infrastructure, as part of increased energy generation, and the minister was there, and it was in respect of, it was actually the amount of offshore wind that they're looking to bring forward, and he described that as mission critical as well. So you can see how everything fits together. There's a clear direction of policy travel. So I wouldn't quite go as far to say that it was radical. It's certainly different, and it's something that we kind of need to take on board, looking at the sort of the new landscape, if you will. That's not a pun. But you know, the sort of policy landscape in front of us is definitely changing, and with that, the LDPs are changing as well. So yeah, we're definitely in a different place. Just to go back and answer your question, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you have. Mr. Shearer, I noticed in your statement that, and this is really in relation to policy 11, but you make the statement that it provides a more permissive planning policy context for renewable energy development. So are you saying that overall NPF, and when you're looking at renewable energy, you're directed to policy 11, has made this shift from what was previously there? So it's more permissive, presumably you mean, from the current Scottish planning policy.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think, as Mr. Bell identified earlier, the removal of the table 1 from SPP in terms of that categorization of onshore wind developments, it certainly is. This is the direction of travel, but I think it's also fair to say this is a change, and it does appear to be a fairly radical change. But I think when you start to kind of drill down into it more and kind of linking back to probably one of your earlier questions about the usability, then kind of going back to kind of Annex A, that still recognises that planning as a whole is still complex, and it still requires that very careful balancing of all issues in making decisions. But yeah, and we certainly accept that at the forefront of NPF4 and also all the other policy positions that Mr. McTeer has identified do fall in line with that in terms of what we need to do to meet net zero targets. It is clear that has been set, and there's certainly encouragement that we need to do more in order to realise what's required for 2030, but it still will require that careful balancing of all issues.
Okay. Thank you. So let's move on to what I need, that particular question, policy 1. Let's move on to policy 1. And it talks, and we'll probably cover some similar ground, but with the global, and it talks about significant weight to the global climate emergency and the nature crisis. And they're to be recognised as and it talks about them being a priority in all decisions. So, you know, it's pretty high level direction there. So what do people understand that means for decision makers and on a day-to-day basis? How are these two factors to be considered together, particularly in the context of this proposed development? And I will go to the applicant first, and then I'll ask parties to comment. Mr. Bell.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of policy intent is helpful to encouragement, promotion, facilitation of development that addresses climate emergency and nature crisis. So in terms of this development, question maybe is, does it address the global climate emergency? Yes, through the provision of renewable electricity of scale, which can deliver a near-term contribution to the 2030 target. So that's one point. In terms of the nature crisis, does it address the nature crisis? Yes, the habitat management plan, which is provided and was referred to at the inquiry, has a number of areas of enhancement proposed. So that would leave the land area in a demonstrably better state than it was without intervention. I think it's worth noting that we'll come on to that on the biodiversity enhancement. The explanatory report that goes along with NPF4 makes it clear that Nature Scot's still preparing guidance on any metric or measurement that might come into force. So in England, there's biodiversity net gain, that's the terminology, and there's a measure. We don't have that in Scotland yet, but it's coming, and that may be something that's further addressed in transitional guidance. But in terms of the policy itself, when considering all development proposals, significant weight will be given to the global climate and nature crisis. So that's an overall matter of giving weight if the development is one that encourages, promotes, facilitates, which we would say this development would do. And it links to what I said earlier about, we're not giving it moderate weight. There's a clear direction from government that telling decision makers, really, this is what you shall do if the development meets these considerations of the policy intent.
I think if I may just come in there too, there's a useful reference. It's picked up by Mr. Bell in his statement. I think it's 5.1.6. So in his conclusions, which is a reference to the draft energy strategy and just transition plan, and it's page 55 of that document, which is so it's in section 3 or chapter 3, energy supply, where in that box under planning and consenting, you'll see that what's said is we will place climate and nature at the centre of our planning system in line with the revised national planning framework for making clear our support for all forms of renewable, low carbon and zero emission technology, including transmission and distribution infrastructure. So I hope that's just a helpful reference there about the dual purpose.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Bell, I just want to ask you a question about the nature crisis and what you understand by it. Do you think it includes natural heritage and landscapes? Do you think there's an intent in the national planning framework that it's not only about biodiversity, it covers those aspects that are covered under policy 4 as well? I mean, I'm just want to explore that with everyone today.
In terms of it covers landscape.
Yes.
No, I would say it doesn't. A document we may wish to lodge to the inquiry, I'm not sure if it is, it's Scottish Biodiversity Strategy 2030 that was published in December. And the priority actions are restoration and regeneration, expanding, protect and connecting protected areas, nature-friendly farming, fishing and forestry, covering and protecting vulnerable and important species, and investing in nature. Wetlands, woodlands, peatlands, eagles, and so on. So
What's the document? Sorry, Mr. Bell, what was the document?
It's the Scottish Biodiversity Strategy to 2045, tackling the nature emergency in Scotland, which was published in December, around about the same time as the onshore wind policy statement. It's a draft.
It's a draft. I was going to say it's not a final document. Yes, it's draft. Yeah.
No, it's a draft, and there are to be a bill to be progressed through the Scottish Parliament, which will look at statutory national targets for nature and biodiversity, and that will probably chime with what Nature Scots preparing in terms of guidance come out for the planning system, in terms of what significant enhancements mean for the purposes of policy. I mean, clearly it would have been helpful to have some of this in advance so that planning decision makers can be clear on what it means, but unfortunately we don't have that, but it may appear in some of the transitional guidance that the Minister referred to in the debate on NPF4 in Parliament.
Are you wanting to add that document and add that as a core document to add today?
Subject to legal advice on that and the
I think it's already in the library, Ma'am.
Is it? Okay.
Okay.
December. We'll double check that, because the library. When you say the library, do you mean the core documents library is part of
Yes.
the case?
Yes. No, the Central Library for DPEA.
Okay. Right. So it's our document library that we've seen. That's useful. It's been added. Yeah. Okay. So it's available. I just wanted to just ask you one more thing, and this issue about what the nature crisis includes, and asked about landscapes. In page, just let me work out the pages here. Page 9 of NPF talks about improving this is one of the cross-cutting outcomes and links, improving biodiversity, and in there it talks about the nature crisis together with the global climate emergency. And it highlights a number of policies, but it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth paragraph down. It says most significantly policy 3, but before that it also highlights policy 1, policy 4, policy 5, 6, 20, 10, 9, 8 and 14. Is there a suggestion there that nature crisis is more than just biodiversity? I understand that the document you've referred me to, and I'll need to have a look at what that says. But is NPF kind of widening that issue out? Appreciate it's under the heading of improving biodiversity, but it brings in these other issues. And why has it done that? Other policies, in fact.
There's clearly an interaction amongst different environmental resources, if I can put it that way, whether that's soils, forests, woodlands, green belt, and so on. These seem to be the topics that interact there. So that's in a general sense that is right, and it's trying to just show those linkages. I think what's relevant to this topic as well is in the annex to the onshore wind policy statement are best practice examples of enhancing the natural environment. And that's including peatland, bog restoration. And within the OWPS itself, the government is making it very clear that it sees expansion of onshore wind as a major opportunity for enhancement. And that type of example is very much what is proposed with this development. So I think there's a strong accordance with what this land use type can offer. And it doesn't impact on woodland or in peatland in any significantly adverse way, and it would provide various enhancements.
If I may just come in again, Mum, there of course, this is looking at biodiversity. It's therefore surprising that that's the references bit. But you've got the technical annex, which is, or the glossary of definitions, which is at Annex F. So that's on page 145. So obviously biodiversity, the variability in living organisms, the ecological complexes of which they're part, including diversity within species and ecosystems. That's from the UN Convention. That is not wide or widened to include landscapes and other points. It's talking specifically about biodiversity. So there are linkages, of course, across all the areas, but that section I'm going to suggest on page 9 doesn't include landscape for that reason.
We've come quite a lot into policy 1 there. I will now go to Dr. Ford and ask you to comment on this climate emergency, nature crisis, what that means for decision makers and how you deal with those two factors together. And the point that I made about policy 4 as well, just in terms of how that, excuse me, whether that is included in this issue of the nature crisis.
Thank you, Mom. So let me just deal with the general outlook first, and then I'll dig down into the latter points that have been covered. Policy 1 makes it absolutely clear that we are addressing two challenges, two crises. It isn't, and NPF4 requires us to ensure that all developments are addressing both of those issues, not just one or the other, not with one with priority or the other with less priority, but they both have to be addressed comprehensively. I am sympathetic to the applicant that in many ways policy has overtaken the application in terms of the substance, but the impression is that a new test has been set out in policy, which because of the timing must inevitably mean that this application has not been subject to that test. And that test is to do with the nature crisis. So if we go to the cross-cutting summary for nature crisis on page 9, as you've already taken us to, get them myself. It says very clearly in the last paragraph of that, that development proposals for national major or environmental impact assessment developments will only be supported where it can be demonstrated that the proposal will conserve, restore, and enhance biodiversity. That is clearly a higher test than has been in policy before NPF4 came into being. And whilst I recognise the applicant's comments that they have sought to enhance biodiversity through the application, I suspect some of the answers you've heard this morning are framing subsequent to a similar discussion that took place earlier on this week. With respect to the applicant, at this point in time, we haven't seen a conclusive evidence that that test has been met for this application this time. And that's simply because it's a new test. Now, I'm also sympathetic to the applicant in terms of the fact that this is an evolving policy area. Mr. Bell was quite right to point out and point towards the biodiversity strategy, which whilst it is stated as a draft, is a draft only with subject to certain conditions. Actually, if you read it, it's written as a final and conclusive document. At the end of the forward, it refers to giving it draft status simply because there are other international requirements being formulated under the biodiversity, under the UN biodiversity conferences, which are still falling down to national level as a result of COP15. So they have left the door open to allow for a further revision to the biodiversity strategy. But actually, apart from that, it's effectively a final document. So it's got a fairly unusual status. I'm also sympathetic in the fact that we are still establishing the standards for this. And I suspect over the next year or two, we will actually formulate some standards. But at this point in time, the responsibility rests with the applicant to demonstrate to you, Ma'am, and ultimately the Scottish ministers, that this proposal will conserve, restore, and enhance biodiversity. That is not a trivial test. It is not a test that can just be said, well, we did it, we've covered it before in the documentation. My feeling is, and I'm sure there'll be disagreement on this, is that ultimately the applicant has to do something new at this stage before this decision can move forward. And that probably applies to all similar developments as well, I have to say. But it is a new test. It is still being formulated exactly, what it means. But my feeling is that the prior good intents, if you like, towards enhancing the biodiversity around the proposal need to be re-evaluated and re-measured against this new test. And the other thing about it is that it has changed status. This is not something that has become where there's been a promise by the applicant and that can be accepted as being the way forward. Point is, if you look at what's happening with the biodiversity strategy, there's also a kind of monitoring process going on within it. And therefore, it has to be something more substantial than simply verbal promises from the applicant or even written promises from the applicant. You're aware, Ma'am, that I have concerns about some of the reliability of the information coming from the applicant, but that's a separate issue. But the general point is that we're looking for something more than those written or verbal undertakings. And in my view, there has to be a much more substantial test to evaluate whether this proposal meets that new policy standard. In terms of your specifics about natural heritage, I'm afraid Mr. Bell must be wrong, because NPF4 explicitly says on page 9, under the cross-cutting outcomes for improving biodiversity, that policy 4 is part of the reference policies. Now, I appreciate that policy 4, which is about natural heritage, doesn't immediately create biodiversity. Okay? I don't believe it's intended to be a direct cause and effect relationship. However, sustaining natural heritage and the natural landscape is tacitly part of the process of providing a suitable environment for the growth of biodiversity, for the re-establishment of biodiversity. And for this proposal, we have something very close to it in terms of the kind of things that need to be done for addressing climate change, which is the recently community purchased site to the east of the proposal, where there's an intention to re-establish full biodiversity. With respect to the applicant, their arrangements in terms of some amelioration and some mitigation of the adverse biodiversity effects caused by this proposal, because there are obviously some negative effects of the proposal caused by the establishment of wind turbines, which have effects on ornithology and so on. So there's some attempt to mitigate that, which I appreciate, but that doesn't fulfill the prime requirement to conserve, restore, and enhance. Okay, Mum, that was a rather long answer.
That's fine. You covered quite a lot there. And I was going to ask you later on about that particular policy, which you'd highlighted, policy 3. But I think you've probably answered the point I was going to ask. Now, I want to ask Mr. Bell, for the applicant, to come in and respond to those points made.
Just 3 simple points, really. I think Mr. Ford, with respect, has perhaps not read the Minister's statement at the start of the biodiversity strategy, page 5, which states this strategy remains a draft to ensure that the final version reflects any agreement made at COP15. A final version will be published alongside the delivery plan, which will build on key actions. So the applicant's position is that this is not a final document as set out in the draft that was issued in December. Secondly, just I wonder if I could put a question through you, ma'am. It would be, has Mr. Ford read CD 03.055, which is the applicant's biodiversity enhancement proposals?
I'm happy to, I was going to cover this later on, but I'm happy to put that question to Mr. Ford now. Are you aware of the habitat management plan? It's been.
I'm aware of it, Mum. Yes, I think, however, the point is, the salient point here is that this is a new test, and by definition, a document that predates the NPF4 hasn't been subject to the test that's been introduced by NPF4 on the biodiversity.
Is there a condition that deals with the habitat management plan, Mr. Bell? And what does that,
yes.
just remind me, what does that condition, without getting right in front of me, what does that cover?
Yes.
Is there an opportunity within that to revisit aspects of the habitat management planning in the context of emerging policy?
It will need to be agreed, that plan. So there is a condition. So it's, Mr. Ford said it's simply the developer's approach at their discretion. No, it's not. It is a matter that would be secured by way of condition, and it would need to be agreed. I like you, I don't have the wording for me, but it will be no doubt to be agreed amongst parties. So that is a different point from EIA. I think Mr. Ford was going on about EIA impacts. Well, the EIA has been executed and it identifies any necessary mitigation. And that has been agreed with Nature Scott, who have no objection. And Nature Scott had input into the enhancement elements that are within the HMP that talk about X hundred hectares and so on of enhancement restoration. And that as I was highlighting, is exactly the type of intervention to enhance biodiversity that the government is lauding in the onshore wind policy statement annex.
The point is that needs to be retested against the new standard.
In retesting, Ford, are you suggesting that I reopen this issue and ask for parties, the applicant, to commission more work into this issue and to advertise and consult on that and revisit that as part of the inquiry process? Are you suggesting that that's what I need to do on the back of NPF4?
In terms of the process, I'm not sure. I sympathise with the problem, but it's in policy terms. We now have a new policy test, and we have to at least check that what's already on the table, if you like, meets that new test. So I haven't conceived of the process for resolving the issue, but it just strikes me that we have to find a way to make sure that that test has been run, if you like, that we've got a conclusion to it. Now, it may be that the applicant has satisfied the test. I don't know. But the point is, you can't know until you run the test.
Okay.
I don't know whether you've seen the condition.
I've got it now, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got it in front of me. Yes, and sorry to interrupt. It says that obviously it'd be submitted to and approved in writing by a planning authority. It identifies 100 hectares of blanket bog restoration. It also says there's a habitat management group that will meet and oversee the preparation and delivery of the habitat management plan and ongoing monitoring. So there's two aspects to the condition there.
And also part 3 too, which is that this 21 Rome little 3, the approved HMP will include provision for regular monitoring and review of objectives. So it is perfectly possible.
Just on that, so if there is statutory targets and further guidance from Nature Scott, then that may be pertinent for the group to examine.
And could be included. I think that's just the final point. So it doesn't require any revisiting in our view.
Okay. With respect, Ma'am, I'm not sure the conditions are going to deal with the issue. If we look at policy 4, which is on page 40 of the PDF. Policy 4A states development proposals which by virtue of type, location and scale will have an unacceptable impact on the nature and environment will not be supported. So it's not something that we can leave through consenting and then subsequent control through planning committee conditions. It seems to me to be drafted in terms of the test has to be shown to be met before the decision or at the decision point.
Of course. I mean, that's not changed. If there's been an unacceptable impact on any adverse or any interest of acknowledged importance, Mr. Ford, they'd be refused. So, of course, that's the test, but there is no unacceptable impact here. That's why there's been no formal objection from the relevant parties.
But it's too, with respect, you have to come back to and reconsult with them on the current test, on the new test.
I'm not going to give any more detail. I think you've got a very clear possession. We just don't agree.
No, I do. I understand where you're both coming from. I'm going to move us on to looking at the time. It's 11:40, so we're going to carry on. I'd like to move us on to policy 11, unless there's anything that the councils want to raise under policy 1. Mr. Armstrong, before I move on, yes.
Yes, sir. If we could just come back on the link and in relation to biodiversity, and Mr. McTeer will come back on a couple of points. But I was obviously going to refer to, and you've identified, and we've spoken about page 9, the NPF and the cross-cutting outcomes and policy links. Actually, policy 4 itself, and perhaps taking this short, there's obviously the policy principles are set out there, then it's set out in relation to what the local development plans should do. And there's reference there in the last sentence of that to biodiversity. And if one turns over the page to page 41, and the key policy connections in relation to policy for obviously tackling the climate and nature crisis is the first one. And the third one is biodiversity, as it is mentioned there as well. just without wanting to enter in too much detail into the argument between, or the discussion between Mr. Ford and Mr. Bell in relation to what Nature Scotland have done in relation to this proposal. Ma'am, you will see from the Nature Scot documents that are lodged, the responses from them, they are setting out and looking at this in relation to whether there are any national issues that are relevant to them. They clearly are not addressing the test that's identified in policy here. And on that introduction, if I can pass over to Mr. Tier.
Sorry, helps if I put my microphone on. Okay, so going back to the point on the agenda about how policy 1 fits with the climate and nature crisis. It's very simple. I mean, from our point of view, if you look at the policy connections, it is, as you described, ma'am, it's a sort of strategic what we would call overarching view. There are key policy connections to all the other policies in NPF4. As we know from page 98 of NPF4, all the policies, the whole document needs to be read together. Looking at the nature crisis, unsurprisingly, we do consider the landscape to form part of that. For reasons that have already been set out, the links to biodiversity, we were going to refer back to page with the cross-cutting outcomes and policy links. It quite clearly has policy 4 in there as well, but also policies 5 and other ones there as well. There's clear policy links to policy 11 as well. It's one of the points that are addressed under policy 11E, which we're going to come on to later on in the session. Again, just on page 54, where we're looking at the key policy connections of the energy policy, tackling climate and nature crisis is up there, as is biodiversity and natural places. So we do consider that the landscape should form part of that. Inevitably, the decision rests with yourself, ma'am, and it's a brave new world of policy and interpretation, and I'm sure we'll get guidance somewhere along the line. I'm sure there'll be sort of further national discussions on this, possibly in court, possibly with the DPA. But I'll leave it at that just now, without going too far into what others have already said.
It's a depressing thought, Mr. McTee. You're already thinking about court.
Classic.
I would have thought that would be, you'd always be thinking about court, Mr. Hardy, no?
The document's not even been adopted and we're already talking about going to court. There you go.
I'm cynical and hard-bitten at this stage in my life, I think.
Okay, thank you for that. And just finally, from Scottish Borders Council, is there anything you want to add to that that's been said?
No, I think on that happy note, I'm happy to leave it where we've got to on that one. So no, I think we've had a good kick about with that. So yeah, no further comments, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I wonder, is there any opportunity just for a 5-minute break?
Of course, yes. I was going to finish at 12 o'clock for lunch. Do you want? You can either hold on or we have a 5-minute break.
All right. Okay. No, that's fine. If that's for lunch, I thought you were maybe going on longer.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I think. I mean, we'll kick off policy 11. We'll probably have to stop partway through it. Yeah, I think 2 hours on a call is long enough, and we'll have a decent break at 12 o'clock, around that sort of time. So moving on to policy 11. And I suppose I want to explore the extent to which the actual policy supports, and this is the phrase that's used by Dr. Ford, is virgin sites or new onshore wind farms. And there is clearly, I'm reading the submissions, a distinct difference in the position of the applicant and Foresight Community Group on this matter. So, Mr. Ford, in your statement, you refer to a working definition of wind farm developments. You don't clarify that, and I'd like you to maybe just explain that. I'd also like you to explain a bit more of the reason for your position, which I understand is, and so you don't need to repeat this, this is why I understand. You're not saying that new sites are specifically excluded by the policy, but they're not specifically supported either, is what you're saying. So the policy emphasis has shifted towards repowering, extending and expanding existing sites, is the point you're making.
Yeah.
And I understand that differs from what the applicant thinks in terms of the policy. So, Mr. Ford, could you just kind of explain that a little bit further, make sure I'm understanding it correctly, clarify the working definition that you've referred to as well?
Well, what I mean by the working definition is really in policy 11A, sorry, 11A1. So there it refers to wind farms, including repowering, extending, expanding, and extending the life of wind farms. I see nothing in that refers explicitly to new virgin sites. And that's what I mean by the working definition, effectively. So, I mean, obviously, part of the context for this is, and I don't want to go on to the onshore wind policy statement, which we'll deal with later on today, but we obviously now have a substantial volume of onshore wind energy capacity. In practical terms, when we talk about addressing climate change, that body of capacity is established, and by definition, it must be established on acceptable locations, giving established rights, established land use rights, basically. So the question is, how much more do we need and what do we need? And we'll come on to this, no doubt, in terms of quantifying the numbers later on the day. But NPF4 sets out that we're seeking to address climate change in terms of meeting primarily Scottish need and decarbonising Scottish societies, the Scottish economy. I'll come back to the numbers later on the day, but essentially the picture is that with such a large, mature bank, if you like, of wind farms, there is sufficient capacity in that to meet all of the climate change need going forward for Scotland. So whilst I quite accept that this doesn't explicitly rule out new virgin sites, I think what we're getting at here is a transition of policy towards a situation where essentially we can meet all of the need, whatever that is, whether that's Scottish or GB wide, from, if you like, the existing land bank, if I could describe it that, of wind farms, onshore wind farms. In my view, whilst I know there are nice warm words coming from the policy documents towards the wind farm industry, and no doubt we'll come on to the details of this later on in the day when we come for the onshore wind policy statement. But essentially, what I'm seeing, others may not recognise it, but is a shift in policy that essentially we don't need to be moving on to new virgin sites. And that's why this working definition, as I've described it, is given so clearly in policy 11A1, which at no point refers to new virgin sites. Now, I appreciate other documents do, but this is quite tight. And therefore, I do think we're in a situation where we should be making different judgments about repowering of existing sites or life extending them or expanding them to going on to new virgin sites.
I understand what you're saying, and I want to look at the wording specifically, which we will no doubt do, but is there anywhere else in NPF that supports that position? Are we just looking at policy 11 for this position that you're putting forward, and that specific wording and the definition that you refer to in 11A1? Or is there anything else within NPF4 that gives you that impression?
I would refer you back to what I said earlier on about the second radical change in NPF4, about the position of onshore wind energy, if you like, slipping down the rankings, and the need to address climate change is about decarbonising the rest of society. Now, I quite understand Mr. Hardy's response that we still need more electricity to meet the whole system, the heat, transport and other sources. I accept that. But it's quite clear that addressing climate change has moved forward from the previous NPF3 into NPF4. The priority is not now about simply, back in the days of NPF3 in 2014, it was really important to start some onshore wind energy moving forward to start addressing decarbonisation of the electricity industry. But the position now is that the policy priority, which is evident across NPF4, is about decarbonising the rest of society. That's not about producing more energy, it's about changing the types of energies that is used to take the fossil fuels out of them.
When we're looking at policy 11 specifically, you're saying that message is reflected. Are you saying that message about decarbonising, and I understand what you're saying about kind of wider decarbonisation that's happening, is then reflected in what is a development management policy, effectively policy 11?
Yeah.
And that's the one that we use to determine specifically, and it's one of the primary policies.
It's reflected more in the rest of policy 11A with reference to point 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. And there's also a reference in offshore wind is obviously not a land-based policy and therefore is going to fall outside of NPF4. But there's actually still a reference in NPF4 to providing for offshore wind. In particular, it's addressed in terms of transmissions and those kind of things. But there is still, nevertheless, an explicit recognition that offshore wind is another way of dealing with the energy sources. But if you look at policy 11A in particular, wind farms are merely one of 6 different types of energy sources that need to be looked at for the future. So that's not just about the balance between new virgin sites and repowering, it's about the general need for wind farms. So actually, probably the most important policy there in terms of addressing the decarbonisation of electricity is the one that addresses carbon capture and storage, because that's about decarbonising Peterhead Power Station, ultimately, and other things as well. But what will be more important for the future in many ways is actually, in terms of addressing the energy crisis, is actually energy storage, for example. Now, this proposal has a token contribution towards energy storage, which, to be frank, has never been quantified by the applicant, has never been detailed by the applicant. It's a nice to have type thing. It's not actually substantively part of the application. But it's quite clear that we're shifting policy away from just onshore wind energy, which was a real priority back in 2014, to a much more diverse type of energy supply.
Okay, I'm going to stop you then, look forward and ask the applicant to come in, because I'm sure we'll look at this a little bit further and wider in terms of the policy and the strategy. But coming back to policy 11.
Yes. I'll pick that up. I mean, it's interesting to hear what Mr. Ford has to say, and I'm going to ask you to use that really as calibration for how sensible his evidence is. And I use really strong words. What he's just said is errant nonsense. Firstly, it is not what the policy says, just on its plain wording. Secondly, it's a statement apparently of what he thinks the policy should be. And I think thirdly, Mr. Ford's guilty of contorting clear statements which simply can't bear the meaning. And if you were going to go to court on something, that maybe, if that interpretation was to be adopted, I suspect you would be straight into court. Policy 11. clearly includes new sites. And you can tell by there is a Scottish wind farm target. The policy, the wording itself, including, means that there is the larger, and then there are other things which fall beneath that. The larger category are wind farms, and then the subcategories are those to include repowering, extending, expanding, and extending it. And you see that last clause, extending the life of existing wind farms. So repowering, extending, expanding, and extending are not wind farms in themselves. They are extensions and expansions too. So wind farms means exactly what it says. You also have the use of wind farms in 11B. So development proposals for wind farms, if Mr. Ford's to be correct, that would presumably only be repowering, extension, expanding, and extending, because use of wind farms would have to be consistent across policy 11, virgin sites. Now, Mr. Ford, let's just try and make sense of what you said. If we're going to, we can't have variable definitions, and if we're not having virgin wind sites within A1, then we've got to look at what that means for 11B. I'd also refer you to the strategic renewable electricity generation and transmission infrastructure statement of need, which is on page 103. And that talks about, support for renewable electricity generation, repowering, expansion of the electricity grid. And you'll see designation of classes of development. So on and offshore electricity generation, including electricity storage from renewables exceeding 50 megs in capacity. If Mr. Ford's right that somehow is about extensions or repowering, it is unarguable in our view that policy 11 excludes new sites. And put it as strongly as that. Mr. Bell, I don't know whether you want to add anything to answer.
Mr. Hardy, just on that, I don't think Mr. Ford is suggesting that they are specifically excluded, and I was quite carefully described his position. He was saying that they're not specifically supported, and there is an emphasis, I'm putting words into your mouth, Mr. Ford, but please, correct me if I'm wrong, is a move away from that.
It's the same point, Mom. They are specifically supported.
Okay. I see the point you're making.
So everything I've said applies. It is not a different point. Everything I've said applies to that as well.
Yeah. If you reverse it the other way.
If you reverse it the other way, exactly.
In terms of any points to add, I would simply add that in terms of the proposition that onshore wind has lost its preeminence, I think that is flatly contradicted by the express words in particular, the onshore wind policy statement. And nothing further to add.
Right. Now is probably a good time to have a bit. Mr. Campbell, sorry, do you want to come in before we just close that point?
I think you've picked the point up that Mr. Hardy put into Dr. Ford's mouth words he didn't say that new virgin sites were excluded. He's talking about a shift of policy, but I think you picked the point up in your remarks immediately following what he.
I picked up all the points that were made and the point that followed Mr. Hardy as well, so I've got that. Thank you. Right, I think now is as I said, it's a good time to have a break, and we will move on and look into policy 11 in a bit more detail after this. And if everybody's happy, we come back for 1 o'clock. We'll have an hour for lunch, which is a decent break at this point. Okay, I will see you all back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Please stay on the call. Leave your video on. Sorry, leave your video off. Apologies. Stay on the call. Thank you. Lucy, are you still there? Welcome back, everybody. Just make sure everyone's here. Yeah. Seems to be. Okay, everyone happy to continue? Yes. Okay. Just picking up on policy 11 then and continuing in our considerations of that. So moving on to part 11C of the policy, which highlights that proposals will only be supported where they maximise net economic benefit. Now, I'm going to put a question to the applicant first because I want to explore, but I want to explore with everyone what might be learned from the term maximise economic benefit. So what might be meant by the word maximise and how the decision makers meant to take that into consideration. And I suppose an example, could maximise mean that everything that could possibly be done has been done to identify and deliver economic benefit in a particular proposal? That could be one way of considering it. I don't know, but I'd like to hear what others think as to whether that is a reasonable description. And also how that would then be demonstrated in a particular proposal and what's been done in this case. So beginning with the applicant, please, Mr. Hardy, Mr. Bell, if whoever's appropriate to deal with that.
Thank you. Well, yes, I think in answering the question, we do get some guidance to some extent in the onshore wind policy statement, and I think it's worth looking at that in terms of chapter 5.
Just one moment. Just a moment.
So,
what page is that on, Mr. Bell?
29.
Okay.
So I'll just refer to a few paragraphs which I think help to give the context for this land use, because clearly policy 11 will be dealing with solar, with battery, with transmission infrastructure, and there would be different types of benefits coming forward depending on the technology. But here at 5.1.2, the government's saying the socio-economic benefits of the onshore wind sector in Scotland are widespread, from investment and innovation to skills development and jobs. The next paragraph says that this chapter explores the potential opportunities afforded to Scotland by onshore wind. And a lot of that is linked to the ambition to deliver the 20 gigawatts on the supply chain. And key part of the onshore wind policy statement is the sector deal, still to be developed. And there is a sector deal for offshore wind, and that looks at matters such as maximising economic opportunities, jobs, supply chain, and so on. So what the government's doing is saying, well, actually, we can do the same thing for onshore wind now. And the 5.1.4, the government says, this is the third line, we're determined to see significant increases in local content. And going over the page, 5.2.3, over the coming years, we have a real opportunity to create an established remanufacturing industry based on the circular economy principles. And then at 5.2.4, there's reference to work underway to fully understand the supply chain opportunities. And we expect their report shortly, it states, in terms of our UK. Then lastly, I would just highlight at 5.2.7, we expect to see Scottish-based suppliers being given a realistic opportunity to compete for manufacturing contracts. So I would say at a high level, unfortunately, Scotland's seen the tower manufacturing go from Machrihanish in Kintyre with a loss of jobs, and the ability, therefore, for developers to source that element of the infrastructure from Scotland. And the turbine units themselves are not manufactured in Scotland, or indeed primarily in England. They're generally overseas. So in terms of the other elements of development that can be within Scotland, the economic impact that was set out by Mr. Blackett goes into the numbers in detail. So you've got those in terms of the 200 jobs during the construction phase, the business rate contribution of 157 million over 40 years, the construction investment of £317 million, and the operational investment of £800 million over 40 years, and so on. And also the applicant made reference to its by Scottish policy within the supporting document in relation to commitment to communities and local content. Not every developer does that or has such an approach, and the applicant does. So insofar as the economic benefits have been maximised, I think it's reasonable to say in this case, because of the scale of the development, should it be consented, then there's an opportunity to, looking at 5.2.3 of the onshore wind policy statement, to create that greater stimulus to local manufacturing. And it will only be with the greater employment that occurs. And I think what the government's looking to in the onshore wind policy statement and the sector deal is setting up the ability for the sector to stimulate that local manufacturing, but we're not there yet. But what the applicant has done is what it reasonably can in terms of maximising Scottish local content. And when you look at the track record of the applicant, the vast majority of contractors undertaking the balance of plant contract, that's mainly the civil engineering works, and the infrastructure is Scottish contractors, RJ McLeod of Glasgow, AMD based in Dumfries for Sanker Wind Farm, for example, Duncan Plant Hire on Snedden Law. So there's generally been Scottish contractors involved. So that really is the applicant's position, that the metrics and figures are there. The commitment to go by Scottish and local content is there. And it's certainly, in my view, in line with what the government is setting down as an expectation in the onshore wind policy statement.
So, Mr. Bell, just in answer to my question then, are you agreeing with me that it means that you're saying that it means everything that could possibly have been done to identify and deliver net economic benefit, and that's what it means by maximise, and that's what you just described there to me?
Well, I think there's a difference between possibly and what reasonably can be done. And I think in this case, I would use the words what reasonably can be done would be my preference.
And as you described in the limitations that you have, yes.
Yes, and recognising that, as the government's doing in the onshore wind statement, that we're at the early stages of this very significant deployment. And if you look at paragraph 5.2.5 of the onshore wind statement, it says the rapid expansion of Scotland's onshore wind capacity and associated manufacturing opportunities will play a key role in the future. So the government is saying, look, we are setting out a highly ambitious target to increase the operational capacity by about 130%. We think this will have an opportunity to stimulate Scotland's manufacturing capacity. That's towers, that's potentially turbines, but the country's not there yet. So insofar as the big spending items that can be done in this country in terms of the balance of plant contract, such as RJ McLeod building for the applicant, Ickengall 2, Snedden Law, Calder Water and Dalry, that is a Scottish company securing the contract for those works. I think there's an evidential basis to show that the applicant is doing that there insofar as it can.
I'm just going to ask Mr. Ford to come in here. What's your understanding by maximise net and economic benefit? What do you interpret by that statement?
I take your definition, actually, with my view. And Mr. Bell has offered reasonably can do, a kind of contextual thing. I don't personally think that satisfies the requirement. I mean, let's be clear, Policy 11C introduces a new test. Previously, under policy, it was just consider the net economic benefits. But this is a requirement to maximise, as you quite rightly identified in your agenda. And unfortunately, the bulk of Mr. Bell's answer, which is pointing towards the onshore wind policy statement, doesn't really address the requirement that falls on the applicant for this particular or any other proposal for that matter. What is pointing you towards there is the hope and aspirations of the Scottish Government. But that's not meeting the test in terms of this proposal. So it's worth giving a bit of background here. You have before you, Ma'am, one of our documents, which is our document, I think 42, which is the Scottish Affairs Committee report on renewable energy in Scotland. And in the May statements, I pointed to a particular aspect of that in terms of the transmission issues, which is obviously not relevant to this. But the bulk of that report actually outlines for you the considerable concerns that not just the Scottish Affairs Committee had, but the Scottish Government have, in fact, as well as the UK Government have, in terms of exceptionally poor supply chain provision that's been undertaken by the renewables industry. And what that has done is to set out a new sense of direction for renewable energy in terms of supply chain, which is coming not only from the Scottish Government, but also from the UK Government. And the UK Government in particular have done a lot of work in this in the last 2 or 3 years. They have now set out under the contract for difference mechanisms, which are the current mechanisms for financial support or stabilised pricing for renewable energy. Clear requirements for compliance with supply chain specifications. So anybody going forward, and obviously I'm just trying to describe this process to you because it is setting the bar about what is required in terms of supply chain. And what is going to be required from anybody receiving a contract for difference support in the future is a very strong commitment to supply chain undertakings. Now, some of those things, like the proportion of the investment that is spent within the country, be that Scotland or the UK, is set in terms of a black and white test. Ultimately, it comes down to is more than 50% of the supply chain investment within the country or not. And in terms of the test that will be applied for CFDs in the future, that will be a kind of crystal test in terms of is it more than 50% or less than 50%. At the Scottish Government level, we don't have that level of detail yet. But what we can see in the onshore wind policy statement that Mr. Bell's been referring to, particularly section 5.2 in terms of supply chain, is that this is where the Scottish Government is outlining its intended evolution of policy towards what these requirements are likely to be. It's reasonable to conclude that the Scottish Government is likely to apply the same tests that the UK Government has. For 2 reasons. One is because it's in policy terms, it's equitable. And it's also been a well-developed system because it's been taken a long time to evolve under the UK Government. But secondly, in terms of, if you like, not exploiting, not leaving Scotland vulnerable to exploitation by developers who don't wish to make these full commitments. And I think the sense coming from the Scottish Government is that they wish to attain the same standard that the UK Government does as a minimum. Of course, on many other areas, they want to go beyond the UK Government standards, but that's there. But so in terms of supply chain, I expect we're going to see some more definition to that in the future. But if we go back to NPF policy 11C, there are actually two aspects to this. One is this supply chain that I've already talked about, but the other is the local community and social economic benefits. Now, part of that may be local employment and so on. And I quite understand why Mr. Bell wants to refer and name some contractors that have done the odd bit of work for the applicant in the past, and kind of convey the message that they use Scottish industry as much as possible. But it actually goes beyond that. It's not just talking about supply chain. 11C is actually also talking about things like local and community socio-economic benefits. So that might be other aspects beyond merely supply chain and employment. So, for example, we're kind of heading towards the question here of whether normal, what we call community benefit, would actually be a more formal requirement than is the legal position at the moment. And I quite accept, and I'm sure you'll hear from Mr. Hardy and Mr. Bell in a minute, that that's not a legal requirement at the moment. But the situation before us at the moment is that this application has not even met the best practice guidance offered by the Scottish Government in terms of community benefit. But also that there is a change taking place in the law, again, probably driven by England, where the proposals to take forward onshore wind developments in England are likely to be tied to not just local community positive support, okay, with an explicit process for ratifying that and showing that, not just a level of objections to a proposal, but a more formal mechanism for determining that. But also that the local community, if they're prepared to host onshore wind farms, are going to receive direct economic benefits from it. That might be paid in terms of free or reduced cost electricity, or it might be paid in terms of investment in insulation for homes to reduce the overall requirement and so on. But overall, this does set a new test, which is a big step forward from the previous policy. And I mean, obviously, maximise is an unquantified term. Essentially, it means the best absolutely possible. And with respect, I suspect that the applicant could do far more than they have both with supply chain and with supporting the local community. It's very obvious that their community benefit allocation, which I think I've specified at 1,000 per megawatt, which doesn't even meet the community benefit requirement specified by the Scottish Government. They obviously could do a lot more. And in simple terms, from the evidence that's before us today, I don't think they are meeting that test of maximising net economic benefit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Before I ask the applicant to come back, I'll just ask you a further question on that. If we put kind of financial payments to one side, and I know you've referred to other community benefits like saving on energy costs, things like that.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that there could be things that are more tangible benefits for the community? And I can't think of specific examples, but there will be, I'm sure, things that you might be able to come up with that this proposal, the applicant hasn't done that you would have expected to see as part of this particular proposal. Could you give me some examples?
Well, the obvious area is employment, in fact. Mr. Blackett, in his evidence, gave some interesting numbers in terms of employment. But at the end of the day, when you crunch that down, in terms of ongoing operational employment, it amounts to 1.5 employees full-time over the 40-year life of the project. The local employment could be, 1.5 employees is to be frank, nothing. I mean, the borders of this area has an employment base of about, I can't remember the precise numbers off the top of my head, but something of the order of 10 to 20,000 or something like that. And Dumfries and Galloway has got probably a slightly larger number, it's got a larger population, I think. So in terms of employment impact, it's actually infinitesimal to the point of being insignificant. But there could be much more employment created from this project, both during the construction phase and during the operational phase. Now, during the construction phase, for example, they've talked about RJ McLeod, who I gather are not a local company. It's perfectly possible. I mean, at the end of the day, the groundworks they're involved with these kind of projects is relatively simple. You know, that laying access tracks, fencing, even laying foundations for concrete and things like that are not specialised activity. So, you know, it's perfectly possible that the applicant could find a contractor and build their capability, if you like. So not just simply buying Scottish, but actually growing Scottish. So I do think there's actually much more that can be done in that sense, yes. And there's probably other areas as well. They could have a closer relationship with the local town, from Langham, for example, and the local villages. I mean, obviously, you know, the flavour of the relationship has been to some extent tainted because of the approach that the applicant has taken towards the local community in the past. But if consent and build, they could do a lot more in terms of supporting the local community. And at this stage, you'd be looking for something more than just the warm words that have been offered so far. You'd be looking for practical commitments, firm written commitments, which are written into the application and taken as being part of the body of the application. Now, I know we have limitations on the scope of what a consent can consist of, but it could be written into Section 35 agreements and that kind of thing.
Thank you. Mr. Bell.
A number of points to respond on. Firstly, Mr. Ford referenced contractors who've maybe done the odd bit of work for the applicant. I'm referring to the balance of plant contracts, which after the turbines and the towers is the largest spend of the construction of the development. Cannot be described as the odd bit of work. Secondly, the CFD mechanism has nothing to do with this application. And there's no evidence to suggest that the Scottish Government is going to introduce a test for Indigenous UK content based on what may or may not be within the CFD mechanism. So that is, in my view, of no relevance whatsoever. In terms of the direct employment during the operational phase, Mr. Blackett's position was that there was 6 jobs, wind turbine engineers and maintenance crew. That, of course, is not the end. That, of course, is not the end of the story. The £800 million of spend during the operational period has an effect in the wider economy, as Mr. Blackett explained, in terms of indirect and induced effects, whether that's on fencing contractors or other spend during the operational period. And of course, the government doesn't just see this as one development. It's the big deployment, as paragraph 5.2.5 in the OWPS states, is the rapid expansion will create that opportunity for Scotland's industrial base to respond to in the same way as they have been attempting and addressing that with offshore wind. And I think Mr. Ford is correct in saying and highlighting that the policy is also referring to the community benefits. And the issue is always there about the materiality of community benefit payments. And the applicant's been consistently clear that that wouldn't be a material matter to take into account in the determination of the application. Now, one of the items on the agenda coming up was about the Just Transition Plan, the energy strategy and Just Transition Plan. And what I can say is that the applicant has changed its commitment in terms of community benefit and is now offering £5,000 per megawatt in that regard. And so that equates to in the order of £1.6 million per annum and some £63 million over the lifetime of the development. Now, the Scottish Government's made it clear in the onshore wind policy statement and in the Just Transition Plan that it wants to see community benefits, including those non-material matters, maximised, and the developers committed to that. And if it would help, we'd be very happy to put a short note into the inquiry committing to that. So you have that for the record. The other related element to that is that the applicant would be establishing an energy fund in the same way that they have done so in relation to the Aiken Gall wind farm in East Lothian, which is a support initiative that's aimed at vulnerable households in terms of fuel poverty. And that is also a commitment. So insofar as the wider aspects of policy, the Just Transition Plan looks at that matter, and indeed the onshore wind policy statement refers to it in the introduction in terms of security of supply and addressing fuel costs, energy costs, that responds to that in part. The final point I would say in terms of local content, in addition to the Buy Scottish policy, is the buyer events that the applicant progresses, and that would be progressed in this case, which is buyer events held locally to attract in local businesses, to help them with their capacity to take on and bid for local contracts. And of course, it makes sense to do that because more often than not, it's lower cost opportunities that can be secured as well locally. So it benefits both parties, the local economy and the applicant as well. So that's all I wanted to say further on that. Thank you.
Mr. Bell, on the energy fund that you referred to there, again, would that be a non-material matter for my consideration, are you suggesting?
Yes, it would be related to the Community Benefit Fund, and that would be, I would say, payments, so that would be non-material, but it would be relevant, I think, to put to the ministers in note of what is being offered, albeit the caveat on materiality from a planning perspective.
Okay, yeah, I should be able to cover that in some respect in the report. If you want to explain that in writing, that would be helpful. Mr. Ford, anything you finally want to say on this before I move us on?
Just one point about the 5K commitment Mr. Bell just given. It's good, although obviously late. But realistically, the 5K level was set back in 2011 actually, when the normal load factor and therefore energy output from wind farms was around about the 25 to 25% level. Okay, this is the annual output as a ratio against the capacity of the wind farm. This applicant's now claiming that the proposal will have a load factor of 45%. I have some doubts about that, but nevertheless, that's their figure. But realistically, at that level, the community benefit ought to be something of the order of 8 to 10K per megawatt equivalent. And in terms of rapid expansion, and what Mr. Bell said about that, is what he's really saying is that over the next few years, because of the great expansion of wind farms, there'll be much more supply chain. Well, realistically, that's not accurate. It's not reasonable in the sense that we've had nearly 25 years of development of onshore wind energy in Scotland, and we haven't seen it. So I don't see any reason why the rapid expansion that Mr. Bell identifies will result in a supply chain growth in the way that he suggests.
I just want to come back on that.
Yes, why I'm suggesting that, it's also the government's view that the sector deal is put together, which involves communities, trade unions, manufacturers, developers, and regulatory authorities to ensure that socioeconomic benefits can be maximised. And that is a key element of the onshore wind policy statement. So up until now, I think it's fair to say that the manufacturing capacity has staggered somewhat, with Macraghash unfortunately closing and maybe Bridge in the south of Wales. But the government is taking on the opportunity now to maximise it by way of the sector deal, and as set out in the vision for onshore wind at the end of the statement.
But that's a jam tomorrow kind of mentality. What we know from this applicant is that, for example, at their Aiken Gall site, where they have a community benefit commitment, we know that fund's late in being delivered, that the applicant is not fulfilling its commitment to the community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ford. I'm going to leave that there. I'm conscious because I've got quite a lot to get through, so I'm going to, unless there's anything specifically from the councils that you want to add on the socioeconomic benefit side. People are shaking their heads, right? Okay, I'll move us on to the next part of policy 11. And it's part E really that's dealing with the factors that are to be considered. Now, the factors in 11E, they deal with, amongst other things, they deal with impacts on communities and dwellings, including residential amenity. They deal with significant landscape and visual impacts and cumulative impacts as well as part of that. And these are some of the main topics that were explored in the inquiry. So just pick those out. Appreciate historic environment matters are going to be put in writing to allow for them to be dealt with slightly separately. So I'm going to direct this to the councils first, because I'm thinking they're looking through these criteria as part of their day-to-day development management work. How would you expect project design and mitigation, because it specifically refers to the project design and mitigation will demonstrate that it has addressed these factors? What would you be looking for from that kind of assessment? And I'll direct that to Dumfries and Galloway first, and then Scottish Borders.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I suppose if we look at it in terms of the information that's submitted to us, we would expect to see these in the EIA, presumably if we're looking at large-scale energy infrastructure such as this. So it's it doesn't really give us any more than that we would already reasonably expect to receive with an application for development of this type. We would expect to see design evolution. We would expect to see mitigation by design for a variety of impacts, you know, whether it's landscape and visual, whether it's impacts on communities or dwellings, residential amenity, that type of thing. We would expect to see that kind of working out process, kind of informing the overall design, which I think in the main over the last few years we have had to a certain degree with development of this type. And I'm not making any comment on this particular application in terms of the information that's in. It's more a general sort of point that I'm making with that. So yeah, it's like I say, we would expect to see it's what's demonstrable and what we can see in the information that's submitted to us to allow us to kind of follow the evolution of the process from the beginning to the you know the point that we're at.
Mr. McTeer, just you said you weren't going to, I'd like you to talk about this application. What is your view on the extent to which it has gone through that process of project design and it's demonstrated appropriate mitigation? You know, could you point me to areas where that has happened as part of this application?
I mean, I think we're at the point where you know we've objected to it on landscape and visual impact grounds. You know, impacts on the regional scenic area as well. So we don't, you know, we don't consider that in this case that the you know the design and mitigation is, you know, as it should be. I mean, if it were, then you know we might be in a different position in terms of our you know our outcome for that. But we did object to the scheme on these grounds, and if there were you know satisfactory mitigation in place, then we wouldn't have objected on those grounds. And I know that's you know we've had a lot of evidence from our landscape sort of witness prior to that. It's all there in our case. Now I know the applicant won't agree with that, but that's where we are with this one, ma'am.
So from Dumfries and Galloway's point of view, it's really around parts 2 and parts 7 of the policy, and also I think you do touch on cumulative impacts as well. So part 12 of particular aspect.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and obviously there's the historical side of things, but I know we're looking.
Yeah, I did.
That's to the side. Yeah,
it's part 7. So just generally, just talking generally, and cumulative impacts, which is part 13 of that S element of policy. It's 2, 7, and 13. I just want to be clear, because it's a new policy. We've had this policy before. Okay, it's got similarities with the Scottish planning policy, but I just want to understand if we were looking at this, when we originally did the policy hearing, and you were putting your objection together, you would be highlighting these particular these parts of the policy, these criteria.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm still on. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
That's fine. Can I just go to Scottish Borders Council and really ask the same question?
Yeah, not to go over ground, but in terms of the application of criteria E, I think it is exactly how Mr. McTeer has explained. We've, as I think as I mentioned at the very start, we've not ran this policy test yet against a new wind farm development, really. So we are coming at this having to almost like retrofit this against something that we have already determined. But I suppose in terms of the various issues that are picked out in Part E, then for Scottish Borders, it would be Part 2, insofar as the significant landscape and visual impact would be the element that we have issues with.
Okay. Can I come on to Foresight Community Group and ask the same question, please?
Yes, Mum, I can't remember. We have obviously stated this in our submissions previously, and I'm afraid I can't give the specifics, but other than just referring back to the earlier submissions and the earlier examination.
Right.
We do think there's impact around residential community. There's obviously been, so there are impacts on dwellings. The landscape issue has been well identified. Public access, I think we've raised some concerns on. Seismology, you're obviously dealing on a separate topic. Historic environment, there's been some well-worked activity on that. Trees and woods and forestry is a new item under these criteria from previous policy, but I'm not sure it's particularly pertinent to this proposal.
Can I just take you back to biodiversity, because I think your objection, the full objection for Horseside Community Group, does highlight ornithology, also highlights bats.
Yes.
So,
Yes,
so it does highlight a number of and kind of flora, fauna, peatlands, and that sort of thing as well. So you would include 9 in that as well.
Yeah.
But not 10.
10.
Which is
I don't think 10 is particularly relevant to this proposal, Mom. I know it's off it slightly, but obviously soils and carbon has been removed from these criteria and it's dealt with elsewhere. But obviously we've had a long discussion about carbon calculator and so on. You'll appreciate, Ma'am, that in my submission for this hearing at 2.10 onwards, I've raised some issues about the size of the connection to the wind farm. Now that obviously goes straight into, because the applicant has effectively admitted that the real output capacity limit is 250 megawatts as opposed to 315.
Could we come back to that, Ford? Sorry, I've
Sure.
got that on the agenda. Is that right? I have noted it, but it's for a little bit further on, because I want to
Okay.
kind of bring it to slightly, rather than deviate from the.
Yeah, no, I quite understand.
So, okay. Mr. Palmer, you've got your hand up. Are you just going to come in on that?
Just to remind you that the Foresight Community Group submitted what they called an umbrella statement. It didn't focus in on one topic, but dealt with a whole number of things. I think Ms. Jackson was the author. I don't want to repeat its contents, but just to remind you that it's there. And
Yes, I've got it.
And it tackles many of the items 1 to 13 in 11E. So you have that.
I have it in front of me, actually. I have all the sections now. I've gone through it. So it deals with landscape. It deals with, and there's an attachment for Teviot Dark. It deals with tourism, historic and archaeology. It deals with environment, peat and flooding, water, biodiversity, noise, deals with the A7 and construction issues, health, MOD concerns. So it is quite broad in its content, and probably touches on more than we've just highlighted here, I would thought.
It probably does, but then the group didn't bring witnesses to each of these specific topics because of resource issues. So I can do no more than ask that you take cognizance of it, and you've obviously done that. So I will.
Yes. I've got the full written submissions there, so I can go through it. I just wanted to highlight, for the purposes of NPF, where we are now, looking at NPF and what criteria might kind of kick in. It would be a number of these, which I'm sure we can go through and highlight.
And the other point, Ma'am, is that these are to be weighed against net contribution.
Yes.
You want to comment on that now, or
in terms of net? So, what do you mean by net contribution? Do you mean on
targets at the bottom of 11E?
I'm going to come on to that. Hold that thought. We'll come back to it. Mr. Campbell, just before we finish, yes.
Yes, just to come back at one point. The verb which characterises all of this is the verb addressed.
Yes.
Which you don't always see in criteria-based policies. So in my submission, you're going to have to look as the decision maker, or rather the recommending person, at what's meant by addressed. And it seems to me, for what it's worth, and I'm not a planner, that it means understanding the problem, first of all, and exploring its magnitude, and then looking at how the problem can be either mitigated or perhaps becomes insuperable. So all I would leave with you is you will, I hope, consider what addressed means as far as a proponent of a development is concerned.
Right. I'm going to move us now on to.
Well, I've not had an opportunity yet to.
Apologies, Mr. Bell. Sorry.
To come in.
Speaking of podcast, I wanted to come back to you. Yes, come in, please.
Yeah, I think your original question was just about item 2 about the design mitigation point, what you look for in that, and the historic tier said he expects to see that in the EIA, and I think that's right. In the application documentation, there would need to be information, there should be information on the design and siting approach. And Mr. Welsh, when he gave evidence, referred to the embedded mitigation through the design approach. And he also referenced the reduction of 62 to 45 turbines to arrive at the final design. And that's recorded in terms of those iterative steps by way of design mitigation in the EIA report. And Mr. Welsh went on to refer to a couple of other things, a number of factors in terms of the design. I'm oversimplifying it here because of time, but one of those was in terms of taking advantage of screening effects from foreground landscape, and that's paragraph 8.18 in his inquiry report. And as a result of that, the zone of theoretical visibility gives rise to localized significant landscape and visual effects. And that was Mr. Welsh's evidence. So in terms of the policy point in 11, the statement is where impacts are localized and or appropriate design mitigation has been applied, that would generally be considered acceptable. So the government's telling decision makers again that you generally find these types of effects acceptable. So the applicant's position is that there has been appropriate design mitigation, and the schemes have been designed such that they're generally localized significant effects arising. And in terms of Mr. Campbell's point, he's quite right to highlight that. It's important in item E. I would say that for impacts to be addressed, that is that they must be satisfactory, acceptable in land use planning terms, with the guide of the criteria within policy 11. I would also say that in looking at landscape and visual impacts, we do get more guidance on this. Unlike other land uses at the moment. So in the onshore wind policy statement, there's a section on NPF4, page 19, section 3.6, where it specifically examines the landscape and visual matters referenced in NPF4. And the first paragraph, I think, is informative. So the government's saying there's to be a rapid transformation, and they go on and say that this target of 20 gigawatts will require taller and more efficient turbines, and then this will change the landscape. The emphasis has been added by the government, underlined. The next paragraph goes on to referring to the LDPs to look at their area's full potential. And it says the only areas where wind energy is not supported are national parks and national scenic areas, full stop. Outside of these areas, the criteria have been updated. We see that in policy 11. And it says, including stronger weight to be afforded to the contribution of the development. Now, we're going to move on to that. Mr. Ford's highlighted it. But what I would say is that whatever weight was given before, the government saying there's something extra going in, stronger weight, there's greater weight now to be given. And at 3.6.3, we again see the repetition of item E2, where the government's highlighting that particular approach. So I think the two read together, and it's no coincidence that they've been published at the same time. This just provides a greater ventilation and illumination of that landscape and visual approach in the wider policy context. Thank you.
I've just had a pop up with James Taylor, guest wanting admittance to. Does anybody know James Taylor? Is that someone that's needing to join? Mr. Campbell, is it someone from?
It's someone known to me. Is he wanting to join or speak?
I think he's wanting to just join. Yeah, I just need to let him in.
Yes, he's known to me, and I can vouch for him.
Okay, I'll let him in now.
Thank you, Lucy. Thanks. I wasn't a name I was familiar with. Thank you. Right. Before I was going to move on to this particular part of the criteria of E, dealing with landscape and visual impacts. So just before we finish up on that, and I've heard your position on that, Mr. Bell, and the references to the inquiry report. And I don't want to re-rehearse any of the landscape and visual matters, but I do want to just ask a question of Foresight Community Group and also the councils. Does Foresight Community Group and the council consider that the proposal would have localised impact? And that is the concern that they have if you were to look at this particular policy. Or is it more than localised impacts? And that's why they find it contrary to this particular. If you were to do, I appreciate this test has come about now, it wasn't there before, but if you were doing it now, what would be your view? And I'll ask Mr. Ford first. We'll have Foresight Community Group and then go to the councils.
Yes, ma'am. I do think we are pointing to more than just local impacts. Well, you can drop quite quickly into the cumulative effects of it. The other thing, just to quickly say, in terms of responding to Mr. Bell's comments just now, is he refers to this comment about in OWPS 3.6.1 that this will change the landscape. My reading of that is obviously different to Mr. Bell's. Essentially, to me, that's just stating the obvious. It is the fact that if we put a wind farm in this location, it will unavoidably change the landscape. It doesn't mean to say it should be accepted or is the right decision. That's a separate test. But these impacts, these visual impacts, are unavoidable, and there will be unavoidable change to landscape. Thank you.
I think you don't want to go back over any of the landscape evidence you heard in the inquiry itself.
No.
So I would agree with Dr. Ford and his Dr. Ford. Not at all. In fact, the widespread visibility of this wind farm is quite significant, quite clearly greater than local. We do not just mean by local impact whether you can see it from a fairly small number of houses which are immediately local to the wind farm, but what the extent of the visibility is. As you know, ma'am, visibility and impact are not the same thing. But if you have widespread visibility, it is going to follow, as night follows day, that there's going to be wider impact. The question then is, where does the impact fall?
Thank you.
Um,
From Priest and Gallery Council, same question.
Well, ma'am, you've obviously got the council's evidence contained in Ms. Anderson's written evidence and oral evidence and Dr. Swale's report. Ultimately, the extent of impacts and whether they are localized or not has always been a material consideration. In this case, the council's evidence is that there are more than just localized effects. And we'll obviously come on to discuss the issue of the RSA and the implications of the policy change on that shortly. But clearly the evidence of the council was that there'd be very substantial impacts on a large segment of the Langham Hill RSA. And obviously that ties into the nature of the effects and the sensitivity of the landscape and visual receptors that are affected, which is also important to consider in the equation.
And just finally from Scottish Borders Council.
Thanks, ma'am. Yeah, I think the scale of the development is such that it does have impacts are greater than localized impacts on the Scottish borders in landscape and visual terms.
Okay, thank you. And I know probably seeing why I was asking that. I just wanted to be clear that when we were considering it, there's landscape visual impacts in a whole range of issues that you look at. And I want to just be clear in relation to that part of the policy. Right, moving us on to something we touched on earlier, which is this other part of the policy. Please, let me just get it back. And it falls under Part E. It's the kind of follow-on paragraphs. The second part is dealing with grid capacity, but the first part of part falls underneath what appears to be under Part E, is the significant contribution that will be placed on the contribution tool of the renewable energy generation targets and greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. So I think here the applicant argues the scale of the development, correct me if I'm wrong, and its contribution to the targets is a very important consideration. I think that's the point you're making. Dr. Ford's view on behalf of Foresight Community Group, I think, is that the proposal will not generate a nationally significant amount of renewable energy, and therefore it isn't going to contribute to targets. Is that a fairly fair, kind of very brief summary? Where
yes.
Okay. So could I go to the applicant first and just ask you to explain how to take account of this particular factor, where significant impacts are likely? And I appreciate this is you're weighing up a whole range of things. I appreciate it's a balancing exercise. How do you arrive at one place or another? So, Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I think the policy is very clear, where it says in considering these impacts. So the foregoing list covers the scope of where impacts may arise, and recognising the read across to the onshore wind policy statement, taking that into account as well for this land use type for onshore wind, that significant weight will be placed on the contribution of the proposal. So this is not a 10 megawatt project that would be local, and you would place a certain amount of weight on that. This is nationally important, so it meets the threshold of nationally important, but it goes further in so far as it's a sixfold scale of contribution over and above the minimum national threshold. And the policy approach is clear that in considering those impacts, you're placing significant weight on that contribution to the renewable generation targets per point. And we know what that is in the onshore wind statement. We know that. And then secondly, the greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. So there's that installed capacity figure to look at for the contribution to the installed capacity target, and there's separately information on greenhouse gas emission savings, which are set out. So the position is, I would say, that the contributions are inextricably related to the scale of the development, and that has to be a specific consideration when looking at the weight that's going to be attributed to the impact of the development.
Thank you.
If I may just add a couple of points. Mr. Bell's already touched on this, but we're helped by 3.6.2 of the WIN policy statement. I know that's a separate document, but it is commentary on NPF4. So that's page 19 of that document. And I think it's worth just looking at paragraph 3.6.1. So 3.6.1, that's inevitability of change from wind. So underline, this will change the landscape. 3.6.2, you've got Mr. Bell's point about the relative word stronger. So whatever else, whatever weight was given, whether that was substantial or significant weight, however that is characterized, it's got to be something more. Stronger means doing something different. And then paragraph 3.6.3. Recognise that significant landscape and visual impacts are to be expected for some forms of renewable energy. Makes clear that where impacts are localised and are appropriate for design mitigation has been applied, will they generally be considered to be acceptable. So I think that loops back to E, so policy 11E, and the bit that we're looking at, both in terms of what is localised and whether or not, and it seems to me that what the councils are, and the third parties are saying is really any wind turbines are going to have greater than localised impact. Yes, seems to be, you can see them and so on. That seems to be contrary to that explanatory text which is in the policy statement, and that is telling us that when considering whatever impacts remain, greater or stronger weight should be attached. The equation is a closed one, so that must mean if you're giving greater weight to those benefits, that you are tempering the weight that you give to the impacts elsewhere. It's the equation, isn't it? You've got harm, you've got benefits. If you're told that you have to put more weight or give stronger weight to benefits, the way that works in the planning balance is that there is a reduction, or there is an acceptance of a greater degree of harm than otherwise would have come about.
Mr. Ford. Dr. Ford, I apologize. I keep calling you Mr. Ford. It's Dr. Ford. Can I ask you to come in on the back of that, please?
So the argument Mr. Bell and Mr. Hardy posing here is essentially that bigger wind farms are more important than smaller wind farms, seems to be the proposition. And that's because they keep using this term scale. So this is a big development with a claimed amount of energy capacity. And because it's a big one, more weight should be given to it. However, if we go back to the wording, which is what the question is about, in NPF4, there is no reference to scale. It simply talks about contribution. So it's about weighing the harms arising against the contribution. There is no judgment here to be made about scale at all, according to NPF4. We can discuss Mr. Bell and Mr. Hardy's comments on the onshore wind policy statement a little later on. I will come back to that later. The second issue with this is that we're going to come to the, if you like, the oversupply issue or the grid capacity issue or the effective contribution. Common sense tells us that if you can't use the energy because of wider constraints, wider issues, wider problems, it isn't going to make a contribution. And in all practical terms, because of the energy circumstances of onshore wind farms in Scotland, this proposal, if consent and built, will not make a positive contribution to addressing greenhouse gas emissions and energy generation targets. That's just the practical circumstances. And in the way that we accept that there is an inevitability of an adverse impact of wind turbines on the landscape, we should also accept the inevitability that because of the energy circumstances here, this proposal won't make a net contribution or any reasonable contribution to Scotland's energy needs, unfortunately. I would wish that it was otherwise, but it isn't. So when we come to weighing the equation that Mr. Hardy sets out between the harms and benefits, effectively on the benefits side, we find a nil, a negative, a nothing. So in that case, the harms that are arising from landscape or any other issues here are the countervailing most influential factors.
May just come back on that, Ma'am, very quickly. I don't agree with any of that, as you'll appreciate, but the scale point isn't right. Page 103, where you've got the statement of need, clearly does differentiate between scales of development in relation to that which is national development or not. And 3A, on or offshore electricity generation, including electricity storage from renewables exceeding 50 megawatts in capacity. So the document does draw a distinction in relation to scale, well, in relation to capacity.
Well, with respect, it's just a differential between above 50 and below 50. So it's not significant in that sense.
Well, I don't understand that, Mr. Ford. Policies.
Well, essentially, all it's saying is...
If I just may I finish, Mr. Ford, you said, I've got a note of it, you said that the document doesn't distinguish in relation to scale. That is wrong for the reason I've just indicated. It does. And what the authors are doing is saying, where you have national scale, it's of national importance, and they draw the line at 50 megs. So the document does discriminate.
With respect, my comment was about the specific wording in NPF 11E. That particular paragraph does not refer to scale.
Well, we're talking about the NPF. You can't cherry pick. We've got to look at this document as a whole.
We focused here on NPF 11.
There we go. There we go, Mr. Ford.
And there is no mention of the word scale in that. I appreciate that there is a categorization of national developments and non-national developments, if you like, below and above the 50 megawatts, sure. But that particular phrase within NPF4, within the actual policy, as opposed to the explanations sitting around it, does not refer to scale. It refers to contributions to the targets.
That's because all scales of wind farms are supported in principle. So small scale wind farms as well as large ones, and that's development proposals. You can see this policy 11A, development proposals for all forms, small, big, large, medium. But what on top of that, what you then have is demarcation of nationally important projects.
So
it's very straightforward.
So when you refer to scale, you're simply referring to the fact that there is a scale between nothing and many times over. It's just a reference to scale in terms of being a proportion. You're not actually implying that this proposal is important because it's a big wind farm or a little wind farm. You're simply saying that scale is a way of measuring. You're not actually making a point here that this proposal, one of the things that you've implied with Mr. Bell's comments here is that this is a larger proposal and therefore because it's got greater scale, it is more important. That's contradictory to your idea that scale is simply a measure of variation in size.
I'm sure it's helpful. That's absolute nonsense, Mr. Ford. But the report has got the point.
Mr. Bell's got his hand up. Did you want to just pop in there with a comment?
Just very briefly, it was in terms of the statement of need. the bottom paragraph on page 103 that Mr. Hardy's referring to in terms of the scale point, it does say additional electricity generation from renewables and electricity transmission capacity of scale is fundamental. So the scale point is specifically brought in the statement of need, and that has to be linked to the contribution of a development. Thank you.
But that isn't a defined term, and all we're left with in terms of this scale is above and below 50 megawatts.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave it there. I've noted all the points made. Right, we're happy to move on from this particular section and into the next part of the policy, the second part of policy 11E, where it talks about grid capacity should not constrain renewable energy development. Now, 1 second. As the electricity transmission grid is referred to in NPF4 as a national development and will be informed by market policy and regulatory developments and decisions. And this part of the policy then says that grid capacity should not constrain renewable development. I'm just wondering, is there a difference? Is this go back to the original SPP, but is this wording the same as what we find in the earlier SPP document in relation to grid capacity? Is there any difference here in the current approach? And I'm just wondering who's best to send that to. First, I will ask the applicant to come in on that.
Well, the wording is slightly different, but it's the same point the government is making. 165 in SPP said grid capacity should not be used as a reason to constrain areas identified for wind farm development or decisions on individual applications. It is for wind farm developers to discuss connections to the grid with the relevant transmission operator. And what we now have is grid capacity should not constrain renewable energy development. It's for developers to agree connections to the grid with the relevant network operator. So it seems to me to be the same point, that the government doesn't want planning determinations to examine what may or may not be grid matters in the wider network. That is for the ESO, the electricity system operator, to look at. And to my knowledge, there's not been one planning determination, whether that be a planning application or an appeal or Section 36 case, where a decision maker has brought that matter in and given it any weight. So it seems to be a consistent policy approach from government. They're re-emphasising that they don't want this to constrain decision making, and therefore the applicant's position is that matters in terms of any grid capacity or constraint issues that may or may not be are not material to this application.
Before you've raised a point relating to grid capacity and obviously touching on other issues, that the proposal indicates a 250 megawatt maximum output, not 350 megawatts as stated in the application, and anything above 250 megawatts will require a new grid connection line. So it's kind of related to the point you've made as well, also about this particular part of the policy. Could you just explain to me your concerns around that?
Okay. Well, let me just set out, first of all, where I agree with Mr. Bell, which is the first thing of what he said, which is essentially that the wording in NPF4 is in many ways carrying forward the meaning from SPP 169. Okay. Beyond that, though, I don't agree with him. And the context for this is that, just to briefly rehearse what was, I think, covered in the original hearing, but the history to this is that in the very early days of wind farm developments, there was issues raised about whether or not a grid access arrangement could be found for every wind farm that was proposed. And in many ways, it was a red herring, because even at that time, there is a formal undertaking on the electricity systems operator to provide a grid connection to every wind farm, wherever it be, or every generator, wherever it be within the country. So if somebody wanted to build a wind farm off the northwest point of Scotland, and we're prepared to meet the terms of their contract with the electricity system operator, that could gain grid access. So in many ways, that whole discussion back 10, 15 years ago was a red herring because it was a non-topic. However, that is subtly different to the issue about the implications behind what the grid access arrangements are. And these are the points I've covered in my recent submission. So we had a position where the applicant has put forward the application on the basis that the output from the wind farm is 315 megawatts. They've been challenged on that because I am aware of the fact that they only have a grid capacity contract for 250 megawatts at this moment in time. So I simply wanted to highlight the fact that the applicant hasn't been full and open and transparent with you, ma'am. So, and they've responded to this in closing submissions. That was very unfortunate because it meant that we couldn't consider this issue properly, fully within the hearing, and obviously involved issues about introducing new evidence. But I've responded to it in this submission because it seems appropriate, because grid connection, grid access is covered in NPF4. And we're in a position where effectively the applicant has admitted that the grid access to the wind farm is at present limited to 250 megawatts. Now, I am aware and I accept that because of this overriding principle that they could increase it to 315 or whatever they chose to, if that's the contract that they choose to engage with the electricity system operator, they can go and get 315. However, the practicalities of this circumstances here are that the line between Hoyk and Carlisle, essentially, which is at Harker and Gretna, has a finite capacity to it of about 350 megawatts in wintertime. And the rating reduces in the summertime because of the temperature, basically. I'm not getting into technicalities. I can explain it if you wish. But the point is...
Could I ask my witness to slow down, ma'am, a little bit, please?
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm following it, but it's just slow down for everybody, please.
But the point is, with that fixed limit on the existing line between Hoyk and Gretna and Harker, if they wish to exceed that 25 megawatts, which is the contract that they have, and obviously there's a question around why they've accepted a 250 megawatt contract when they're proposing 350 megawatts for the wind farm. So there's a kind of question mark left there. But the real answer is that if they wish to go above 250 megawatts, they will have to provide another kind of grid connection beyond the capacity of the local line between Hoyk and Gretna, basically. And that would require, is my understanding, that would require most likely a connection to Harker near Carlisle. They could go to other locations, but frankly, I suspect that Harker is the most convenient and the best alternative, essentially. And so I think in practical terms, the applicant is very unlikely to go above 250 megawatts in terms of grid capacity. They are legally entitled to if they wish to, but the practical circumstances are that financially it isn't viable. And I suspect that is the reason why they have accepted a 250 megawatt capacity grid connection. The reality is that without going up to 315, the other numbers that flow from that about the carbon calculator savings, the numbers of homes served, and the other benefits that they're claiming for the application, those numbers are effectively in error. And certainly, I appreciate this is a technically complex issue, ma'am. I'm more than happy to answer yours or any other questions on it.
Before I ask the applicant to come in, just wanted to. Oh, Mr. Campbell, did you want to say something? I'm just going to follow up.
Just for your notes, ma'am. Mr. Hardy's, my own friend, Mr. Hardy's closing submission from the inquiry 3.23, 24, and 25 engage with this topic. 3.23, 24, and 25. And in response, Dr. Ford, in his statement for today, engages with it at 2.10.
Yes, I will pick that up between the two documents. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure you had it.
Yeah. Right, with my train of thought, but let me just come back to you, Dr. Ford, just quickly. So where it says grid capacity, does it mean, really, are we talking about grid access in some respects there? And
Yes.
if that is the case, and it says should not constrain renewable energy development, then all the things you said, and I understand what the point you're making, that they shouldn't constrain renewable energy development. So why is that then a matter for me to consider as part of this?
Even if you accept that as in the wording that you've implied, I fully accept. I think there are some questions around that if you go back to the history of what the previous statement said, but I'm not getting involved with that. Just the consequences that in practical terms, the applicant's information in terms of carbon calculator contributions and homes served and the other benefits they claim are all based on this calculation using a 315 megawatt output. Because that is not sustainable, it means that those benefits have to be are essentially incorrect or are not correctly calculated, if you like.
Okay, I'm with you. So it goes beyond this issue about grid access. It goes it impacts, you're suggesting, on other elements of the assessment that I'll be considering. Right.
And it's the reason why I think this phrase is in this part of NPF4. In other words, it's attached to policy 11E, because it's actually, my reading is, and others may read it otherwise, but it's essentially connecting to this issue about contributions to targets.
Okay, I'm with you. Okay, I'd like to come now to the applicant, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mum. The applicant's position is that certainly on that, the overall thrust of the position at that last point is misconceived. It doesn't relate to a matter to take into account in relation to targets. Furthermore, the position in the last short discussion is on a non-material matter, but it is being aired now and it's necessary to make a response.
Sure.
I think the starting point is, in planning terms, it's not even necessary to have a connection agreement in place. No requirement for that. Planning authorities don't ask for it. And then in appeals, it's not a matter that regularly comes up. Voters have never asked to see that. The approach that's taken is when an application for connection to the ESO, this National Grid Operator, is made. Some of the actual works of the upgrades necessary will be a number of years away. So the connection is for 250, but the agreement provides for the reinforcement to the network to take into account the increase of generation up to what has been applied for, and that's 315 in the application. Therefore, as a general point, it's not material to look at this anyway, but you wouldn't look at what the agreement is at the moment. You would need to take into account what the future works would be that the ESO would implement. And that's why the government is shying away from this. It's never been a material matter to bring into determination. So the outcome of all that would be that the ESO can provide the works necessary to deliver the full capacity. And that is what has been applied for in the application, 315, and that is what needs to be considered in this determination. The bottom line is it's not a material matter to be taken into account. Thank you.
Let me just be clear about two aspects to this. Mr. Bell's referring to reinforcement. Within the electricity supply industry, reinforcement is referred to in terms of improving the transmission grid across the countryside. Okay? But there's a different part of this, which is really what we should be focused on, and that is what's known as the local circuit. So the local circuit connects from the generation site to the transmission system or to the electricity grid system. Okay? So they're dealt with in two different ways. And Mr. Bell's quite right that there may be other reinforcements coming down the track which are on the grid system generally, okay? But that is separate to the issue of the local connection. The fact of the matter is that if this applicant wishes to push the output capacity beyond 215 megawatts up to 315 or whatever number they choose to contract at, the reality is that there'll be a requirement for another connection, as well as the connection between two TV head that they've included within, or not within the application, but is stated within the application. But they will need another overhead line to go all the way to Harker, near Carlisle. That's something like 40 miles. That must include issues around cumulative environment, cumulative visual and landscape effects, because it's got to be on most likely to be on an overhead line all the way down there. And therefore, it does have materiality to this application, because if it was to be delivered in the way that the applicant is specifying, it requires not just the local grid connection between the wind farm and TV head, which you will be aware, Ma'am, we have challenged as whether that's within the scope of the EIA anyway. But secondly, if there's going to be a second local circuit grid connection, that is most likely to go to Parker down in Cumbria. And the environmental impacts of that aspect of the proposal haven't been included.
Yeah, okay, Dr. Ford, I'm going to stop you there, because I do keep coming back to this point in NPF, which says that it shouldn't constrain renewable energy development. And I think there's a scenario here where it could go up to 315, it might stay at 250, but it's not, according to NPF, it's referred to a capacity or connection or access, whatever, however you want to think about it, is stated as not being an issue for my consideration.
It is in terms of whether or not it can be connected, but the landscape.
Sorry to interrupt. Isn't that what we're talking about, Dr. Fordy, in terms of?
No, what I'm saying is that the consequence of the development going to 315 is another circuit going all the way, an overhead line going all the way to Harker, and that's not being considered within, and I believe that is within the scope of your responsibility, Mark.
I'd need you to convince me otherwise, I think, at this stage. When I read what's put in front of me, I'm just not quite understanding why you think that is different.
We've covered this in our closing submission on the existing grid connection, and that is that if we go back to EIA case law here, you will see that essentially there's a whole issue around scoping out what is the definition of a project. Yeah. And generally, the interpretation that's been laid down by case law is that anything that is functionally interdependent within the project is part of the project. Now, obviously, you cannot have a wind farm without its grid connection. There wouldn't be a point in building an overhead line or grid connection without the wind farm. They are functionally interdependent, and therefore they have a reliance on each other. Okay, I see what you're saying, but as practice happens at the moment, it doesn't happen that you have to have the connection as part of the EIA. But any wind farm that then has a necessary connection or grid line, that's part of the EIA process. And are they not considered separately through the consenting process anyway, and be looked at as part of a separate EIA? I appreciate there's a link between them.
Yes,
they are. Am I understand that they're covered?
There's two ways to deal with this. It's either dealt with as one project where everything's decided at once, or you deal with it under a multi-stage consenting process, in which case you follow Rochdale envelope principles and you have to consider the subsidiary applications within the primary consent.
Is that not the case for all developments of wind energy throughout Scotland? That they're dealt, we're always dealing with an EIA for the wind farm itself, and the other aspects are dealt with separately. They're not considered a one whole project. But you're saying this is different. Why would this be different? Well,
let me be clear here, Mom. I'm not sure that we're currently complying with the law on this.
Okay, that's a matter.
Okay.
All right.
Two things. I suspect this is going to come up for challenge in the next wee while. And secondly, if we look at the practice in England, they clearly, which I appreciate is a different territory,
Yeah, I don't want to go there.
But they are including the grid connection within the generator consenting process.
This is something that goes beyond my considerations, I think, at this stage, and I don't need to hear anything further on it. I kind of understand where you're coming from now. Right, moving us swiftly on. We'll do 225. Everyone happy to carry on, or do you want a short break?
Can I move on from policy 11 to move to something else, or have we still got other things to?
We're moving on to, right, the next part of what I wanted to move on to was other relevant policies. And we touched a bit on policy 3, the ones that are mentioned by Foresight Community Group, which include policy 4 and policy 5. Again, we have touched on these a bit anyway. Then we are going to move on to consistency with development plans.
Right, fine. Just before we do, I'm very happy to have a break. It's 2:30. We've got to get on.
Get through.
But just to flag up, it's in 11, but it then cross-refers to another policy. It's 11D. And you recall that discussion that we had this morning about the cross-cutting themes, and in particular, there were questions about designations, and the single point of dispute, or the main principal point of dispute with the council, it seems to be, is about strengthening, they say, of local designations. And you see there that in 11D, development proposals that impact on international or national designations will be assessed in relation to policy 4. I just raise that if we're going to go back to policy 4, then we can leave that till after the break. But I didn't want to leave policy 11 until I'd flagged that up, because I think that's interesting in relation to the debate about local designations and the cross-cutting theme that we'll come back to.
Okay, right, that's fine. We'll bear
Thank
that in
you.
mind. We'll pick up what we'll do. We'll pick up, have a short break. We'll pick up that aspect of 11D alongside policy 4.
Thank you.
And then consistency with LDP's onshore wind policy statement and draft energy strategy to cover. Although I'm sure we've touched on various aspects of this anyway. It probably looks like we'll have a short break for 10 minutes. Come back at 20 to 3. Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Are we all here? Just check. Mr. Campbell's not. Is he due to come back? He's due. Yes. Okay. Just give him a minute. Yeah, I hope we can get through things as quickly as we can this afternoon. Time's really moving on, and it's amazing how long it takes to talk through various things. And I don't want to keep everybody on the screen for too long, so I might move us on a little bit quicker if I feel I've got the information that I need to understand parties' positions. Okay. I'll just give Mr. Campbell a wee minute more, and then we'll make a start. There we go. Lisa. Okay, we've just touched there on part D of policy 11, and also I was going to look at next part of the agenda, other relevant policies, and they include reference that's been made to policy 4. So, Mr. Hardy, you were just going to go through a little bit on that. I think it'd be helpful if you took us through what is the assessment that's been made in relation to this particular issue, but if we were looking at it fresh in relation to NPF4, how these two parts of NPF4 relate to one another in your understanding?
Yes, I'll do this as quickly as I can. Seems to me the document is really clear that as a matter of principle, development proposals, and I take this from 11A, development proposals for all forms of renewable low carbon and zero emission technologies will be supported. That includes wind. I know we've got what Mr. Ford has, Dr. Ford has to say about that, but just assume I'm right, and that's including new sites. So there's in principle support for all forms of renewables. The carve out then is in B, where development proposals for wind farms in national parks and NSAs will not be supported. So you're then left with a situation, well, what about your locally designated, say, landscape areas? And in our view, when you have an onshore wind farm, you start with this policy. That's the bespoke type of policy. That's where you go. And there is support in principle for a wind farm in a locally designated area. You then have to, you get some help. Well, how does, I'm not saying 4 is irrelevant, but you look at policy 11D, development proposals that impact on international and national designations will be assessed in relation to policy 4. You then got a question to ask yourself, well, does that mean then that a wind farm that doesn't impact on international or national designations doesn't need to be tested under policy 4? And if you turn to policy 4, you'll see the wording in 4D. So development proposals that affect a site designated as a local nature conservation site or landscape area in the LDP will only be supported, and then you've got those two criteria. So I think the question really boils down to this. The council says that, well, there's been a strengthening of protection in relation to local designated areas and in relation to wind farms. We say that's the complete opposite, that actually it's support in principle. You then have a question to decide whether or not 4 applies where you've got local designation. I don't think you can go so far as to say it doesn't apply. I think you do. I think it does. But you've got to prioritise the bespoke policy, which is policy 11, because this is an onshore wind proposal. Policy 4 is a generic policy covering all types of development. So that might be housing or industry or whatever, or whatever it is. And then I don't know, Mr. Bell, do you want to just deal, having set that scene, do you want to just deal with the 2 tests in D1 and Roman 1 and 2?
Thanks, yes. set that out in my hearing statement at paragraph 2.9.4. And there's two limbs to policy to examine. The first one, development will not have, so you only get support for a proposal if the development will not have significant adverse effects on integrity of the area or the qualities for which it has been identified. Now, in terms of, let's take the Langham Hills Regional Scenic Area, Mr. Welch's position and evidence was that there would not be significant adverse effect on integrity or its special qualities. So if that is accepted, then that would allow a development to be supported. And there would not be a need to go on to the second limb of the policy test. In the alternative, if that position wasn't accepted and there was an adverse effect on the integrity of the area, then the second limb is engaged, and any adverse effects on the integrity of the area are clearly outweighed by social, environmental, or economic benefits of at least local importance. So the first thing is that this policy has got a very express balancing mechanism. That'll be one of the differences, certainly in terms of the Dumfries and Galloway policy NE2 we'll come on to. And in this case, the applicant's position is that the benefits are of national importance. And in fact, 6 times the minimum threshold of qualification for national importance. It would deliver the spatial strategy that we talked about earlier. So clearly, I think professional opinion is that the benefits far exceed the threshold of being at least local importance. So in that second scenario, if it was found that there was an adverse effect on integrity, then the development would be supported.
I think that, I was going to say, I think so. I think there's, trying to keep this short, there's 2 parts to what we've had to say. What I was dealing with was the interplay between policy 11 and 4, and then Mr. Bell was dealing with, well, look, if policy 4 does apply. And it is interesting in, in 11D, you'll have to wrestle with this, I'm afraid, Mum, as to whether or not you do test a wind farm against policy 4 where it is just in a local designation. And I think it would be, I mean, I have to accept, I think it would be a bold interpretation to say policy 4 doesn't apply. But I think it is an interpretation open to you because given the support in principle and then picking out designations in the way they do in 11D, there was something in the author's mind. But even if it applies, then Mr. Bell's points come in and we say we comply anyway.
So from what I'm understanding, yeah, okay. So if you're pointed to policy 4, then part 1, I think you were saying Mr. Bell is, as a proposal, doesn't have significant evidence on the integrity of significant effect on the integrity of a landscape area, that it kind of stops there. You don't then need to look at part 2, I think you said. But if you did, I think you were saying then it would still be
they're disjunctive, exactly. So if you're satisfied on part 1, you don't need to go any further. But if you fail on part 1, it's an or. So actually, in any event, the benefits of this, what is a national scale scheme, nationally important scheme, would outweigh the harm.
You could look at 2 before 1, even, couldn't you? You could look at 1.
You could look at 2 before 1, and if you're satisfied 2, you don't.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. I hear the points being made. Right. I'm going to ask councils to comment on that and their interpretation of this particular policy 4. So Dumfries and Galloway first, please.
Ma'am, if I start and then I'll hand over to Mr. McTeer, and it might be as well just to sort of save time dealing with a sort of one or looking at the local development plan policy as well. The first point is that the NPF requires decision makers to look at all relevant policies. That is consistently said in numerous places in the NPF. So it depends on the application what is a relevant policy. And I submit in relation to this application, it's clear that policy 4 is a relevant policy. One can see from, as I referred to earlier, page 54, the key policy connections, natural places is set out as one of the key policy connections. So I submit is clearly a potentially relevant policy. That there is nothing in policy 11 that sets out that in some way policy 4 should be excluded from the consideration. That runs against the whole structure and wording NPF. And I would submit with respect to, if Mr. Hardy, I don't think he is going that far, if he is making that suggestion, I submit that that is unstateable. Earlier, Mr. Bell said that Scottish Government policy had not really changed in relation to the protection given in relation to local landscape designations. And he referred to, I think, paragraphs 196 and 197 of the SBP. Well, Ma'am, I submit it is clear that the policy position has changed. Before, it was left up to the local development plan to set out what protection should be given. Now, it's clearly part of national planning policy that development proposals will only be supported where they meet the criteria set out in 4D1 and 2. In relation to the local development plan, policy NE2, you'll recollect, said that proposals may be supported where the council is of the 2 criteria set out in NE2. Now we clearly have that they will only be supported where. And in relation to point 2, that's still is very much a balancing exercise that we discussed, of course, in the local development plan context of the balancing exercise, considering the various policies. Well, now we're told that any significant adverse effects on the integrity of the area are clearly outweighed by social, environmental, or economic benefits of least local importance. Threshold is obviously not just local importance. It is very much for the decision maker to decide, having regard to the significant adverse effects on the integrity, the extent that the gains from a development, whether they outweigh that or not. With that introduction, I'll pass over to Mr. Tier.
Just before you start, Mr. McTeer, I just wanted to as you comment, could you tell me, as a development management officer dealing with an application, and you're looking at NPF4 for the first time, you have a wind farm proposal in front of you, would you go directly to policy 11, to obviously considering some of the more kind of the kind of strategic issues that come through? Would you go to policy 11 and then go to policy 4? How would you approach your assessment?
Ma'am, I suppose if we were looking at it as being part of the development plan, generally speaking, when we look at proposals for development of this type, the first place that I would look at is policy IN1 and IN2. So I suppose it stands logically that when you look at a proposal like this, you would look at energy as being the sort of the first one. Although taking cognizance of policy 1, which is obviously the overarching policy, which links to everything else, and obviously the NPF is designed for all types of development, not just wind energy developments there. So I think the first port of call would be to energy. Obviously the sort of the different aspects that we're looking at it, and if I could just look at a couple of the points there. Referred to policy 11B, that's very clear. That's that cuts out development in national parks and national scenic areas. Looking at part D, for proposals that impact on international or national designations will be assessed in relation to policy 4. I took that to being impacts that, or for developments possibly of this type that will possibly located just outside of national parks that could still have a visual influence on them. So I took that point, but the key policy connections are obviously ones that we need to look at once we have sort of established the the initial groundwork within policy 11, which takes us to policy 4, landscape or natural places rather. And it's clear that the policy intent there is to protect, restore, and enhance natural assets, making the best use of nature-based solutions. It's clear from our assessment of the proposal that policy 4D does come into play. Development proposals that affect a site designated as, in this case, a local landscape area. Report, that was our landscape witness. Her report, which is DGC 103, unsurprisingly, says that the integrity of the RSA, which is a regionally identified area within the LDP, and it's important to note that LDPs will continue to identify areas for locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally important assets. Her report at 8.19 says that the upland area affected by the proposal is pivotal within the RSA because of its location between the Est and the Uise water valleys. And the following paragraph, where she states she considers that the integrity of the RSA would be compromised by this proposal because of the nature and extent of development located within a key part of the open uplands, which contribute to the special qualities and characters of the designated landscape. She goes on to say that she considers it contrary to policy NE2, which is something that Mr. Armstrong touched on. We believe that the support which may is the word that's used in policy NE2 may be supported. We're now in a position where policy will only be supported where it doesn't have a significant adverse integrity, which we believe, taking Carol Anderson's evidence into account, we do believe that it does have a significant adverse impact on the integrity. And looking at Roman 2 of Part D, we just don't believe that the integrity of the area, the effects aren't outweighed by any benefits of this proposal. And obviously we're at disagreement with the applicant on this particular point, and it's up to you, ma'am, as the decision maker to take everybody's point on board. And I suppose the last thing that I would do is to refer to the first point that Mr. Anderson made, in that Armstrong, sorry. The context is on page 98, where we have to look at all policies of NPF4, and it needs to be read in its totality.
British Borders Council, do you want to give me something on the same matter, please?
Yeah, well, I think in terms of our assessment, the proposal is certainly not within any of our designated special landscape areas, and we accept it is distant from any of those designations. So we've not identified that it adversely affects any of those landscape designations within the local development plan. In terms of approach to the assessment, as part of your question, then yeah, I think we would turn to policy 11 as a kind of first kind of key assessment of this proposal, of this type of development, kind of following the overarching kind of policy 1, policy 2 matters. But yeah, as others have said and have said throughout today, it's about the assessment as a whole. It wouldn't just be an assessment against policy 11 in itself.
From what I take from that, the regional scenic area designation, kind of in Dumfries and Galloway area context, takes you to policy 4. It sounds initially looking at policy 11, but it also takes you to policy 4. But in the case of Scottish Borders, that wouldn't be the case. Mr. Campbell, is there anything you want to offer on policy 4, or can I move us on to looking at other areas?
No, I don't want to see any more than just what you said.
Can I just add one point in terms of approach, and that is, I think Mr. Armstrong has it right, that we have to look at all relevant policies. And I appreciate that the planners in the field of, very much getting to grips with NPF4 is new and obviously confronted by lots of applications. But essentially, whilst it might be policy 11 might be a starting point, we actually have to consider all of the policies. So at the end of the day, policy 11 sits at the same weight as policy 4 and other policies.
I mean, Mum, yes, of course, that's right. But if that policy tells you to do something or not do something, then that's a very clear indication. So nobody on this side is suggesting that you don't. You look at it all, but then you have to look at the wording too.
Which is normally the case with.
Absolutely, it's no different to any. Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. The other policy that's been highlighted by Dr. Ford in his submission is policy 5, soils, where it proposes on peatlands and other locations can be developed for a wind farm. That's the terms of the policy. And also his suggestion that the proposal requires a detailed site-specific assessment of carbon-rich soils. And I appreciate there's written submissions on this issue, and they haven't been provided. So, Dr. Ford, could you just elaborate a little bit in terms of what your concerns are there in relation to looking at policy 5?
Well, first of all, it is that the carbon-rich soil is now separate and away from, if you like, the requirements for particularly to wind farms. It's a general principle now. But it also sets out a very clear test in terms of the assessment. I have no doubt that the applicant will suggest that they have already undertaken an assessment and they've used the carbon calculator tool. One of the issues around that is this issue about what the output of the wind farm is and whether the figures provided are reliable and let's just use the word reliable.
It's coming to your earlier point that we touched on, yes. Mr. Bell, do you want to come in there? So I've left you on the screen there.
Thank you. The two points I would make about policy, one is in terms of Part C, Roman 2, there is now the express approach of allowing for generation from energy from renewable sources within peatland, carbon-rich soil and priority peatland habitat. That's change from the stance in SPP, where it was an area of significant protection, where there was a stricter policy test that had to be satisfied, overcoming significant effects. And the second point I would make is Part D, Roman D, is generally the same as the previous approach, where there was a requirement for a site-specific assessment that would examine various matters, peat depth, habitat condition, like the effect of the development, and then carbon calculation. And all of that information is contained within the EI report. And insofar as the consultees have expressed a position, both SEPA and Nature Scott, there is no objection from these consultees. They're satisfied with the approach to dealing with peatland. And we referred to some of that this morning in terms of enhancement insofar as peatland is referenced within the HMP, and that there remains a provision in there to address any outstanding matter in terms of the biodiversity point we also discussed. So the applicant's position is that proposed development would satisfy the terms of policy 5. Thank you.
No, just quickly on that, just on Part D. So you're saying there's no change to what was required previously when the consultees bodies would have commented. The requirement then is the same as the requirement now?
To provide a site-specific assessment and report that in the EIA report, yes, that was required before and is required now.
Mr. Ford, do you want to come back on that?
Only that assessment is now qualified by the subsequent paragraph. It goes on, this assessment should be informed carefully, should inform careful project design, sorry. So that there is a bit more wording around it.
So which bit are you referring to?
On the next page, on page 43.
Okay. Oh, I see,
That-
yes. Mhm.
Yeah, that goes on. So I wonder whether terms like system capable of achieving carbon sequestration is a bit tighter than it was previously. The end of the paragraph.
So how do you have a view on that? Reference to that particular paragraph, the second part of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's all provided for within the management plans that are proposed in terms of restoring and enhancing the site. And that's what it would do to the peatland. It would make it capable of achieving its carbon sequestration objectives and characteristics. So that would be a key part of the restoration proposal.
Ford, any final points before we move on?
Armstrong was fine, I think.
Cameron, were you adding something there?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Sorry, Mark, just on this point and Mr. Bell's response, obviously documents like CD 5.53, which is the Nature Scott response dealing with the peatland habitat, and their indication in that they are withdrawing their objection because it's not a matter of national interest, and that they're removing their holding objection. They obviously then go on to suggest what should be provided and conclude that Nature Scott advised that a more appropriate area for habitat restoration enhancement would be extended to no less than 100 hectares. We've obviously got to, I suppose, consider these matters now in the context of the new policy position.
Well, I would just add, sorry, just to finish, there is a condition which deals with a specific peat management plan. So using the same wording in Part D of Policy 5, and that requires that before development is commenced, that there be an updated peat management plan provided.
And that will be produced in consultation with the relevant authorities.
Be submitted to and approved in writing by the planning authorities. You may decide to consult on it.
Are there any other policies before we move on to local development plans? And I want to look at touched a little bit on the policies there. Anything that might be raised? Because a number of policies were raised in the council's responses that might be relevant, and I think I've got a note of a couple of them here. Those that deal with the generality of development design, that kind of thing. But can I just take them as read, and I will look at those in the context of the proposal. Okay, moving on to local development plans. And first of all, what kind of instructions are there with regard to local development plans? And what do we understand by the requirement for LDPs to realise their area's full potential? Is that something that's to come? Is that something that's to come later when they're drawing up the development plans, or is that something that's applied now as part of the policy assessment? And this is coming through. Excuse me a second. Through from policy 11, first part of policy 11, which says LDPs should seek to realise the area's full potential by identifying a range of opportunities. So does this have a bearing on plans in terms of what we look at? And I will ask the applicant maybe to go first, and then I'll ask the councils to maybe comment.
Yes, as of 9 o'clock on the 13th of February, this will be a requirement. And so any decisions that are being determined after that date will need to take that into account. And we get very clear guidance within policy 11 on the spatial planning approach. As we talked about earlier, there are exceptions in relation to national scenic areas. In all other areas, in principle support and to realise the full potential of the area. And we know that what has to be provided for is 130% of what is already operating in Scotland. So there's an obligation on planning authorities to address that in LDPs, and I would say it's also a matter that must come through in development management.
I think, if I may, that's an exhortation, isn't it, for LDPs going forward to change what they're doing and to show that they have identified the range of opportunities. But it matters not, in a sense, for development management because of policy 11A. So that in DM decisions, development proposals for all forms of renewables will be supported. So whatever the state of the plan, you have a proposal, it is supported. So I think it's good for forward planning, but actually you've got it. The support is in 11A for this proposal.
Yeah, it may be that the instruction there in LDPs is that, you know, by identifying a range of opportunities, that could come in the form of words through additional policies or guidance, or it could be come through something that's spatially represented. I don't know. It's maybe where some additional guidance come in.
Or an interim renewable energy capacity study or something of that sort. Yeah.
So apologies, supplementary guidance won't exist anymore, but there will be some,
Similar,
guidance. Yeah. Yeah, but ultimately policy 11, the proposal comes forward, that's the policy that you would look towards. Okay, just then looking at the contrast between policies, I think the applicant has referred to IN1, which is in Dumfries and Galloway's plan 2019, and ED9. These are the renewable energy policies, wind farm policies in Scottish Borders plan of 2016 are inconsistent with national planning framework. So could you just elaborate a bit on why you think that is, and why you've not mentioned IN2, which is part of or any of the spatial frameworks specifically that exist within those plans? Is it probably best place for you?
Sorry, I didn't pick up your last point about spatial framework. Sorry.
Yeah, or I said explain how the policies are inconsistent as referred to in your submission, and also why IN2 isn't mentioned, or any of the spatial frameworks specifically that exist within these plans.
I think that the main point, and it's a fairly simple one in terms of IN1, and it probably does apply to IN2 as well, is the express matter of weight, which we know over that in policy 11 that it has to be significant weight being given to the contribution of the development, and that isn't a matter that's contained within policies IN1 or IN2. Although there is reference to the benefits, it may be open to applying officer to give moderate or limited weight. We just don't know. But there's expressed direction through policy 11 and policy 1. And then the second element was in relation to policy NE2, and that was the other incompatibility where policy NE2 gives discretion to the planning authority to they may support the development if they're satisfied that the development would respect the factors taken into account in designating the area. They would not be significantly adversely affected, or there would be a need to demonstrate a specific need for the development at that location. So a specific locational need. And we've just been through policy 4 and it's clearly very different from that. And policy NE2 does not contain a balancing mechanism. It's simply left up to the planning authority who may or may not support it, depending on what they think. So these are really the two incompatibilities that I've identified, or inconsistencies between NPF4 and the LDP or the DGC, the Police and Galloway area.
Okay, I'll ask the council to respond. Dumfries and Galloway.
Ma'am, if I start first, then hand over to Mr. McTeer. First, on a general point, I understand that transitional guidance is going to be published by the Scottish Government, giving some more assistance in relation to the interaction between NPFs and current local development plans. The sections of each policy in the NPF that instruct LDPs, that's for future local development plans that are coming forward. And I submit that's clear from reading, for example, pages like page 96 of the NPF. In relation to current LDP policies, the law is that the policies in LDPs stand unless they are incompatible with the policies in the NPF, and that's going to be when section 24 of the 19 is amended. There will be inserted a new subsection 3, which says that in the event of any incompatibility between the provision of the National Planning Framework and the provision of a local development plan, whichever of them is the later in date is to prevail. So it is a very high test. Incompatibility, that I suggest would be, the policy would have to be so different in nature as to be incapable of coexisting, whilst inconsistency it is obviously a lower test. It does not match, not the same as, the actual test here is incompatibility. So the local development plan policies stand unless it can be shown that they are incompatible. And on the specific policies, I'll hand over to Mr. Tier.
Thank you. Yes, just moving on from the points that Mr. Armstrong's made, we don't believe that there are huge inconsistencies between. Certainly, we'll just cover the two policies that were mentioned there, with policies NE2, which I've already spoken about, and IN1 as well. I think when we look at NPF4, clearly it's clear for all to see that the issue of weight has more sort of specificity. It's more specific than it was before then. And I suppose it was always up to the individual decision maker as to how much weight to attach to something, various aspects of the decision making sort of process. So in some respects, NPF4 is slightly more clear in where the weight should go, but that's not to say that in the past or prior to NPF4 that the weight was somehow applied differently to that, and I'm sure there's a lot of examples across time and areas where different weights have been given to different aspects of it. The policies aren't so far out of step, and I did include in my my written submissions at 2.14 on the sort of subject of IN1 and renewable energy. Policy IN1, in fact, LDP2 does give weight to sustainable development, the climate crisis. Really mentioned net zero, but the issue of greenhouse gas reduction and support for renewable energy is already there. So I don't think that the policies are so far out of sync that we we would need to look at, once we're at the point where NPF4 is adopted, where and obviously the guidance is that the newer plan take precedence over the older one, but only where there's a clear conflict. But from our point of view, we don't see a clear conflict between those policies of LDP2 and NPF4, ma'am.
So basically, in terms of Mr. Armstrong's point about something being incompatible, it's okay to have some inconsistency, but as long as they're not incompatible, then gets you to question whether their applicability. In this case, you're saying they don't completely match it, but they're not
a million miles away.
They're not incompatible.
They're not incompatible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I want to come back on that before I ask Scottish Borders to comment.
Just say that my view is that they are incompatible, NE2 and Policy 4. And there's clearly, if you had a scenario of a national development, very different outcomes depending on how one would apply that policy, with no balancing mechanism in terms of the second limb of Policy 4. I just fail to see how there can be a tenable argument that these policies are compatible. They're very different interpretations, and they would lead to very different outcomes for the same development should it come forward.
Moving on to Scottish Borders Council, Mr. Shearer.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I accept Mr. Bell's not mentioned, had an opportunity to mention our local development plan yet, but I've seen the comments in the statement, and I think we've kind of responded in part to that in section 3.22 of our statement. Yeah, I mean, I fully accept that our ED9 policy on renewable energy doesn't make the reference to significant weight, which is now being, I suppose the light has been shined on that by NPF4. It's there in black and white. ED9 was written back in the SPP NPF3 days where it chimed with that. But I suppose it, again, similar to D&G, it's that question of weight, and whilst ED9 does not specifically say that we should be attributing significant weight to the energy targets, it still allows the decision maker to attribute weight to environmental benefits as they see fit. So there is still consistency there with the ability to make that balance and when you weigh up all the impacts. So yeah, it's not identical obviously to the NPF4. NPF4 is asking us to do something different to what we've done before, but I think you could still reach that point with ED9.
Are you also saying it's inconsistent rather than incompatible?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, yeah.
Mr. Bell, Mr. Hardy, you want to come back on that?
I think the only comment I would just make in final submission on it is this is not a country planning application. We know Section 25 doesn't apply, so forensic examination of some of the policy provisions just to look at in that context, I think would be helpful.
Moving on to the onshore wind policy statement, in which there's this ambition to deploy 20 gigawatts of onshore wind in Scotland by 2030. So just firstly to the applicant, just briefly explain to me how the proposal is going to contribute to these targets, just for background, please.
Okay. In terms of the ambition, the government set that out in Chapter 1 of OWPS, page 5. So there's a table at the bottom of that page which categorises 3 types: schemes that are in the planning process, Secondly, schemes that are awaiting construction but have not yet either started construction or completed yet. And so they're just consented but sitting there. And then the third category is those that are actually under construction. The government has put on a clear footnote over the page stating that some of the projects in planning will receive consent, but some may not. And it's unlikely that all of this noted capacity will be fully realised. They also highlight that there's a degree of duplication in the figures, as some schemes may have consent, but are reapplying to adjust their parameters. So what's often the case is that, let's say it was a tip height consent of 125 metres, the applicant developer may be going back into the planning system with another application to increase the tip height. So there's a duplication there to some extent in the figures. So the way this project would contribute is that it is within the first row of those schemes that are in the planning process. So it contributes to that 5.53 gigawatt figure. And as I say, that is the way it would contribute insofar as it would deliver a 315 megawatt contribution as a national development to that.
Thank you. Dr. Ford, you indicate that you think the policy statement sets a modest ambition, I think is the word you use, and in reflecting a move away from onshore wind, and we covered some of this earlier today.
Yeah.
You also say that not all pipeline will ultimately deliver I think 11.3 gigawatts that's in the pipeline, I think is a figure you quoted, includes the application proposal. Not all of that will ultimately deliver a point made by the applicant. You also say that repowering can provide around 10 gigawatts, and complete the ambition, in your view. So that we'll cover that. And you also then at power review. Okay, so moving on. So the questions I had there were, what is your view on these other points that you're making? You've also referred to that the proposal will make no contributions to targets due to, and there's 3 points I've pulled out here: an accumulated capacity of onshore wind farms, the excess of generation above indigenous electricity consumption, and finite limits of electricity export transmission. So I've kind of summarised those. So could you explain a little bit more about that, and then I'll ask the applicant to come in.
Okay, so we have currently, as the OWPS states, 8.7 gigawatts of onshore capacity existing at the moment operational. In our earlier submissions, we've stated that the electricity consumption in Scotland is around about 3.5 gigawatts. Okay, that's clearly in excess. And then the other issue is what happens to the difference between those two. And ideally, you would want to be able to export it. The issue is that there is a finite capacity to the export capacity out of Scotland, between Scotland and the rest of the UK. And that's set currently about 4.5 gigawatts. And therefore, there is an issue about what you do with the excess electricity in terms of how do you use it. So even if we're going up to 20 gigawatts, the problem is that you can't use it unless there's a substantial reinforcement of the transmission capacity. And essentially, that isn't coming forward. There are other policy devices which the UK government are going to exercise in terms of how they address the excess capacity in Scotland and other parts of the GB network in terms of trying to balance the generation within the local area. But the overall picture with this 20 gigawatts is that it is a relatively comfortable ambition. And at 1.2.3 in the OWPS, it sets out mechanisms for judging whether or not we, quote, the capacity that is, quote, ultimately developed, which sounds like a final term to me. And those mechanisms are around the fact that about what other generating technologies can do, and also what is required in terms of fulfilling this overall objective, which we saw in the NPF4 this morning, in terms of decarbonising heat, transport and industry, in other words, the whole system perspective. Now, in our earlier submissions to IMARM last summer, I've given you a 1.7.1, an overall demand for energy in Scotland at 17,500 megawatt hours average through the year. This document doesn't, and neither does the energy strategy document, which we'll come to a bit later on, actually update those numbers. But the energy strategy document actually just refers to the Scottish Energy Data Hub. And if we look at the numbers that are coming off that now, the 17,500 is actually a 2016 figure, which we extracted from the previous energy strategy. The current draft energy strategy simply refers to the data hub. And if you go to that, the current figure equivalent is 16,600. In other words, the overall demand for energy from electricity, heat, transport and industry is reducing by about 1% per annum. And it's expected to continue to reduce in the future. So in many ways, the demand is falling, including future demand. And this is not about growth of electricity generation beyond current requirement. This is taking account of the whole demand requirement for energy in Scotland. So we'll see further accelerated reduction in demand over the future when, for example, cars will use less energy in future simply because they're more efficient at using the energy. In other words, the fossil fuels cars are less efficient than electric cars, essentially, those kind of principles. But it's very clear that 1.2.3, that the government has set out these tests in terms of whether or not we need to meet the 20 gigawatt onshore ambition. And at 1.3.1, they kind of give their reason, if you like, why they're hanging on to it. We set out for you, Mom, in the earlier hearing, the outcome of the offshore wind leasing, ScotWind leasing auction this year. And as we'll see in the energy strategy statement, there is now 38 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity available for development. So one of the alternative technologies that's available to the government here in terms of whether or not it chooses to meet this 20 gigawatt capacity ambition is these other technologies. And in some ways, there's almost a sense in which you can say, realistically, we don't actually need to deliver any more onshore wind energy because there is so much wind energy offshore. And therefore, you wonder why the Scottish government is hanging on to this ambition. And essentially the reason is given in 1.3.1, which is that they give a political commitment in their agreement between the two governing parties. Apart from that, there is no practical need to actually deliver any more onshore wind energy. I appreciate they will take place. Some will be developed, some have already consented, obviously. But overall, the picture of the energy scenario is changing. And that also fits with the picture I described to you this morning in terms of the balance of within NPF4, this sense that electricity generation in Scotland is now effectively fully decarbonised as much as it can be. And the general need for addressing climate change in the future in Scotland is about decarbonising these other sectors, heat, transport and industry. So looking forward, in terms of 1.2.3, we have plentiful alternative supplies of other generating technologies. And in terms of the second point in that, we can expect a further decline in the overall requirement for energy generation in Scotland because the demand the consumption of energy will continue to reduce quite substantially.
I just have a couple of follow-up questions on that. Is any of the contribution that's likely from other generating technologies and the effect of decarbonation elsewhere, which you've talked about, is any of that quantifiable? And if it was quantifiable, that it could then have been incorporated into the onshore wind policy statement, and why hasn't it been? So that it then reflects in the figures that are quoted in here. Are we just not there yet? Are we just not far enough in understanding what that is at the moment? Therefore, we're keeping our commitment to onshore wind at this stage. And is there an opportunity for the onshore wind policy statement to be updated in the future to reflect, the ongoing position? This is another one for onshore wind. We had another one previously.
Yeah.
So could you just respond to those particular points?
Yeah. So in terms of the capacities available, the 38 gigawatts offshore is a known figure, okay, and it's stated in the energy strategy document. Give you a page of it later on if you like. And that includes the something like 2 gigawatts operational, the remainder of the current pipeline before the ScotWind option was taking place, and then adding the ScotWind option to that. So in other words, you've got 10 gigawatts existing, either operational or in the pipeline. And when we say in the pipeline here, we're not talking about, we're talking about situations where there is a much stronger commitment than simply awarding a consent. So for example, all of the ScotWind option, the government has entered into contracts with developers to develop these projects. So that the government is earning money from them because they pay a fee for that privilege. So it's a very quantifiable, defined, unknown amount. In terms of whether it says it in OWPS and whether it's going to change in the future, my overall sense is that if you look at the offshore activity and NPF4 and the OWPS, that there's actually a fairly fundamental shift in policy taking place here. And in many ways, the picture I've described in terms of NPF4 earlier in the day is the sense of direction. I think the government, Scottish government, has a loyalty, if you like, to the onshore wind in energy industry. And it's not yet at the point where it is prepared to adjust that, if you like. It's also embedded into the political agreement between the two governing parties, and therefore, if you like, that is there to sustain the current Scottish Parliament until the end of that. But what I can see from the overall picture is that we are shifting policy here away from the old ways of delivering renewable energy using onshore wind to newer forms where there is less environmental impact. So, and certainly in terms of developability, it's very clear that the offshore wind program is much more deliverable. It will go through a consenting process, but it's an easier consenting process. So the likelihood is that the vast majority of those will be achieved, whereas as the applicant has recognised and the onshore wind policy states, a fair number of the current proposals that are in that pipeline will not be achieved, either because they've become unviable, and Mr. Bella outlined earlier on that proposals become unviable, because, uneconomic essentially, or because they're not consentable because they're in locations which are not acceptable, and that's clearly one of the options for this proposal as well. So yes, there are. In my view, there is a clear shift in policy taking place here. There is also some shift in policy taking place at the UK government level as well, and I've made reference to that. And that's in terms of locational marginal pricing and the review of electricity market arrangements. That is essentially to address the issues of the unbalanced energy system within the whole GB market. If those proposals are implemented as envisaged at the moment, they are likely to radically change the amount of wind farm proposals coming forward in Scotland, onshore wind farm proposals coming forward in Scotland. So overall, there is quite a fundamental policy shift. I think the reasons why we're not seeing it more explicit in, for example, the onshore wind policy statement is. I think some of this is too new to take fully on board.
Okay, Dr. Paul, can I just move you on a little bit? I just want to stay on the onshore wind policy statement just specifically, and then I'll need to bring the applicant in because you've said quite a lot there, and I'd like to give you a chance to respond. Just on the conclusion on page 49, and it's about this commitment, I suppose. It says, second paragraph, our renewed commitment to this technology will ensure we keep leading the way in onshore wind deployment and support within UK. And then it says we are establishing a clear expectation of delivery with our ambition. So there's. I get the sound noises from your statement that the ambition is not, in your view, the ambition is not achievable. It is achievable, but it's not much of an ambition. There's a clear statement here about an expectation of delivery within the ambition and a commitment to onshore wind. Is there not in the conclusions of the onshore wind policies? That's where we are at the moment. I understand all the things you've been saying, but this is where we are at the moment.
I think there are some mixed messages coming out. So, for example, on page 49, the third paragraph,
yes,
it says onshore wind farms must strike a right balance of how we care for and use our land. And immediately prior to that, there's reference to the nature crisis. So I quite appreciate that there is a general sentiment of not yet detaching the how can I put this? The hope of the industry to develop wind farms, because my feeling is that when this comes through in terms of real policy, there will be quite a lot of distress in the onshore wind industry, and you know, a lot of this policy has come through, you know, with a lot of influence from the industry, but most of the industry now is moving offshore and recognizing that's an easier area to develop and offers greater opportunities. So yes, I accept that there are some still remaining, you know, ideas about continuing with onshore wind, but it's now qualified by things like just transition and you know, I don't yet think that the Scottish Government is in a position to retract or fundamentally change its policy in terms of an onshore wind ambition. But what we can see is that there is a movement taking place that this may well come in the next few years. Only time will tell.
Now, for the applicant, Mr. Hardy, Mr. Bell.
Yeah, I'll keep this really short. That is utter nonsense. And quite frankly, it's remarkable to hear. This policy has just landed and it's been result of considerable consultation. It is crystal clear, as you will appreciate, Marms, to what the ambition is and what the government thinks about onshore wind. The conclusion, I mean, it's laced all the way through this strategy, whether it's in the preface, whether it's in the body of the document or in the conclusions. But when you look at terms like mission critical, when you look at in the preface, Scotland is doing its bit, but we can't do this alone. Onshore wind has the ability to be deployed quickly, is good value for consumers, is widely supported by the public, needing to go further and faster, etc., etc. It is bizarre for Dr. Ford to suggest that somehow this shadows or signals a move away from the policy. I don't think I need to say very much more than that. We disagree with everything that Dr. Ford has just said. Mr. Bell?
Yeah, just my opinion, my professional opinion is that the submissions that have just been made by Dr. Ford are impossible to reconcile with the statements within the onshore wind policy statement and NPF4. And to put forward the proposition that the target of deploying 20 gigawatts by 2030 is easily within sight and can be comfortably achieved is simply not correct. And there's no basis for those assertions. Just to pick up, it's a very long statement, and I'm going to try and be brief, and I'll just pick up on a few of the points in rebuttal. But if we go to the onshore wind policy statement, paragraph 1.1.3, Richard Ford was very clear in stating, in his view, that demand is falling. He said it 2 or 3 times. The 1.1.3, National Grid's future energy scenarios project that Scotland's peak demand for electricity will at least double in the next 2 decades. So that's not falling. The government's saying it's going to double. This will require a substantial increase in installed capacity across all renewable technologies. And of course, onshore wind has got a very important role to play. As do some other technologies, such as solar is getting more lift and support from government. But this is just published as the onshore wind policy statement. And the government states at 1.3.1 that with regard to the 12 gigawatts to be developed, it is vital, this is at paragraph 131, to send a strong signal and set a clear expectation of what we believe onshore wind capacity will contribute. Then it goes on, this statement sets a new ambition for the deployment of onshore wind in Scotland, a minimum installed capacity of 20 gigawatts onshore wind by 2030. So it's in bold, it's in a box, can't be clearer. The mission critical reference has been made. So I think the other references we've been to within the documents, and one further one we may come on to is the government's expectation that there should be export from Scotland. So it's not simply a matter of looking at what is necessary for indigenous supply. The government is looking at broader ambitions in terms of exporting from Scotland. Now, whether or not there's grid capacity for that, we've already been to the grid reference in this document. But if we look at paragraph section 8.2 of the onshore wind policy statement, Mr. Ford said, in terms of transmission capacity, it's not coming forward. Those were his words, got a note. And paragraph 8.2.3, so National Grid, the ESO, has identified the need for £21 billion of investment in the GB transmission infrastructure to meet the 2030 targets. Half of this investment will involve Scottish transmission owners, SSEN and SPEN. Then delivering network infrastructure at pace, with the pace required, will require, and so on, an efficient consenting and planning process. Now, a lot of that is underway. The Skye reinforcement project is submitted as a Section 37 application. The Kenlin Tongdoon reinforcement is in inquiry at the moment in Dumfries and Galloway. There's a lot of other investment coming forward within the 2 licence areas. So the government's well aware that there needs to be changes to the wider transmission infrastructure to deliver that target as well. Thank you.
There's just one final point, and it's this. Obviously, we've got, as a developer, to deal with the councils. I just wondered through you whether I could ask whether or not the councils agree that the policy statement is a move away from onshore wind, as Dr. Ford has suggested.
Yeah, I was going to open it up to the councils before we moved on. So just very quickly, if I could, just Mr. Armstrong.
I think Mr. McTeer will address that. He's obviously set this out in his supplementary hearing statement.
Ma'am, I don't really have a great deal further to add to what I've already put in my written submissions. I think I've been quite clear in picking out the important bits of the onshore wind policy. It's not the draft one that was looked at before. This one is brand new. So the ambition is clearly there. It seems to be littered throughout emerging policy, not just planning policy, but the energy policy and the onshore wind policy. That the need is there. I'm not really going to say much further than that. I have identified a couple of points where where are we? Paragraph 2.3. Net zero journey is multifaceted. No single technology or approach will allow us to meet our challenging deployment ambitions. And the sort of thrust of what I was looking at was about the balance, but it's I don't really have anything further to say about the sort of the deployment. It is there. It is very important, and by that I mean onshore wind. There are other technologies to play as well. I am aware of the kind of wider sort of offshore projects, and also the sort of the major infrastructure upgrades as one would expect from someone who's part of the consenting process. So I'm just going to leave it at that. As I say, there's not much more than what I've already covered in my written submissions on this.
Scottish Borders Council.
Thanks, ma'am. Yeah, I think it's fair to see that the driver is still clear in insofar as what the statement says. I mean, I think our review it's still a high level statement, but we do accept that it is directing us to the need to develop onshore wind farms. I think we didn't repeat anything that Mr. McTeer said, but I completely agree with all the points that he raised there. I think in terms of the vision statement, of something I picked out in my updated statement, speaking about how we're going to get there in terms of reaching the targets required. And yeah, it's obvious that it's looking to place quite a burden on onshore, helping us get to that point. But I think on the last paragraph on page 67, where it speaks about the onshore wind sector deal and the role that will play, and how it provides a framework for making the most cost-effective and sustainable choices on technology, and citing with wind energy accepted as part of the human environment, whilst balancing the need to respect biodiversity, natural heritage and landscapes. So yeah, I think it's our interpretation that this is important in terms of the technology and what it's going to do to reach net zero, but it's still not development at all costs in terms of onshore wind farm development.
So can you point me to that particular paragraph you were just reading out there?
It was on page 67.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the last paragraph on page 67, and then it goes on to 68 as well.
Okay, I see it, yeah. It's balancing the need to respect biodiversity, etc. Okay, thank you. Before you have your hand up, are you wanting to say something?
Two quick points of clarification, Mark.
If you could, just briefly, please.
In reference to OWPS 1.1.3, the double of capacity that Mr. Bell referred to, Mr. Bell's conflating two things here. One is the doubling of capacity is intended to deal with the whole system energy perspective. In other words, to help with heat, transport, and industry. I've given those numbers, and those two things are different. Is the point essentially? So they're not the same thing in the way that Mr. Bell conflated them. In terms of the grid connections issues, 8.2, 21 billion is a GB-wide investment. Okay, and the references to Scottish Power and Scottish Hydro Transmission, in other words, the Scottish transmission owners, is a reference to the investment within Scotland. That doesn't provide for capacity to export out of Scotland. This is the development, the investment that's required to, for example, take the energy from each individual wind farm and collect it and transmit it through the grid within Scotland is the key phrase here. It doesn't provide for the export of electricity out of Scotland. And in my hearing statement, Mark, you'll see this is for this session, 2.14, in their closing submissions, the applicant referred to the holistic network design. And they alluded to the fact that that represented provision for transmission capacity out of Scotland to the rest of the UK. We can give you that document, Mine, but I've quoted it here. And it quite clearly says that the holistic network design is not at all intended to provide for onshore wind. It's actually there to provide capacity for the offshore wind programme that's coming up, particularly for parts of the ScotWind auction, the 38 gigawatts. As I've set out in the next paragraph, it doesn't actually provide even for all of that. So at the end of paragraph 2.15, the holistic network design provision only deals with just under 30% of the intended offshore wind capacity. The point is here, though, that there is no proposal to provide for additional exports capacity for onshore wind energy out of Scotland.
Thank you. Point made. Does the applicant want to come back on any of that, or are you made your final comments on that?
These matters, as we said earlier, are not material in terms of grid constraints or capacity. Thank you.
Right. Moving swiftly on to the draft energy strategy, which is a draft just recently come out, so I added it, and I welcome any comments that anyone wants to make on it, obviously bearing in mind it is a draft at this stage and may be subject to some kind of changes. One thing I did pick up on, the term just transition, which is a new kind of term for me. I'm not that familiar with it, and it's something I'm trying to get my head around. But the NPF4 glossary definition of just transition says ending our contribution to climate change in a way that is fair and leaves no one behind. It's got an emotive kind of subject and description. So I just want to understand a little bit about it. It's one of the spatial principles of NPF4, the just transition. What's it meant by the term in the context of considering renewable energy development? And how do we apply it to individual wind farm developments? And this is picking up on the draft energy strategy, which goes into that a bit more. Does the strategy add any further to our understanding of the intended role of onshore wind, some of the stuff we've just been discussing? So I'll ask something who best to go to first. Dr. Ford, could you go first, and then I will ask others to comment.
Okay. Let me just deal with the just transition part first of all, because it's obviously is an energy strategy and just transition plan. So it's the balance is actually shifting in this towards the just transition. This comes out of a project set up by the Scottish Government 2 or 3 years ago to look at what the implications of moving to net zero means. And there are some obvious adverse effects of that. For example, if you take the employment base out of the North Sea oil activity, which is obviously an objective in terms of not exploiting fossil fuels, is obviously an objective in a sense, then there are obviously some adverse impacts in terms of the job losses and the economic impact of that. So that's at one scale. But you also get at the other end people that cannot afford to make the transition. So, for example, when we're decarbonising heat in homes, there is obviously a requirement. The obvious way to do that is to take away gas-powered boilers, methane-powered boilers, and replace them with electric-powered heat pumps. They're very expensive projects for many households that won't be able to afford them. And part of the concept of the just transition is that those people that can't afford it should be assisted. A third area is where you get adverse effects of development proposals that affect a local community. So the kind of considerations that you've been looking at in terms of residential amenity and other impacts that might affect a proposal. The applicant has accepted and the policies accept that it is inevitable that there is a residual landscape impact of putting a wind turbine on hills and so on. So it will affect local communities and have an adverse effect. So the point of the just transition is really to say we need to balance that up. We need to be able to, address those problems that are those things that are adversely affected. And what the just transmission program has done is to set that out about the kind of measures that are required. There will be impacts of proposals locally, and the aim is that those proposals should be addressed. So if you get some, let's say let's just hypothesize there was an adverse economic effect locally from a wind farm proposal. The Just Transition Programme would seek to address that directly. So that's really what the Just Transition is trying to do overall. There is a fair body of academic work on it, but we don't need to go into that. In terms of the energy strategy overall, my reading of it, and this is not meant to be derogatory to the authors, but it's fairly obvious that it's at the end of a whole series of policy documents that have come out recently, and this is almost the last one that's come out, basically. So I'm aware it suffers from some inaccuracies and some general statements that actually don't fit necessarily well with the other parts of the policy. But the main point is that there are, and this does restate, if you like, what's coming through in NPF4 and in the onshore wind policy statement. There is full recognition of alternative technologies here, and this is where the 38 gigawatts of offshore wind is clearly stated as being the alternative options. I'm more than happy to answer any other questions. I think its influence in terms of the weight that you need to put on it is relatively light. Obviously, it's a draft statement, and my understanding is it's like another 6 months or so before it gets finalised, and therefore its weight is quite light. As I say, happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, I'll ask the councillors to comment on it, and then I'll move us to finally ask the applicant to provide their comments. So, Mr. Armstrong, do you have any comments on relation to strategy? I know Mr. McTeer touched on it earlier a bit.
Perhaps only just to refer back to the MPF and table 1 on page 5, which is quite a useful table, which sets out the various spatial principles, and one of them is just transition in that first row, and then it identifies the national developments and the policies and key policy links in relation to just transition. And obviously the policy links go to matters such as natural places and the various other policies set out in that. I don't know if Mr. Tier's got anything else to add.
No, it's just it's a very good question as to what exactly it is. Like you say, it's there's some quite emotive language around about that. Principally in NPF4, in amongst the spatial principles, page 4, it's noted as the first 5, table 1, which Mr. Armstrong's just mentioned. Page 6 of NPF4 gives us something on just transition sector plans, which it says when designed and delivered with those impacted will play an important role in delivering the change we need to see. So I'm guessing that there will be more guidance coming forward on that particular thing, and on page 7 as well, where there is a commitment to a just transition, meaning that our journey to net zero and nature recovery must involve and be fair to everyone, and we will grow a circular economy and make best use of embodied carbon by conserving and recycling assets, including by encouraging sustainable design and the wise use of resources. So there's clear there's clear links to the wider policy with that. And I would say probably onto page 8 as well, where we're looking at policy links to do with reducing greenhouse gas emissions is probably the neatest place for transition to sit on. But as I noted in my written submissions, it is a draft. It is subject to change. Inevitably, it'll be subject to much change and further guidance. So it is quite that side of things. It is quite it's of limited weight at the moment.
Mr. Sheriff.
Yes, again, I'm not going to repeat anything that's been said before, but I probably don't have anything else to add on the question of just transition. We've not really carried out an in-depth assessment of the draft energy strategy and the just transition plan yet, but from what I have saw of it, that it follows the thread of the onshore statement in terms of the role that that's got to play as part of the energy mix. But I think it is that point as well, is that onshore is it's not the only show in town in terms of reaching net zero. There's going to be other technologies that are going to help us get there as well.
And Mr. Campbell, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Just to draw your attention to page 23, which is the one with the coloured boxes.
Of the strategy, draft strategy.
Of the strategy, yes.
23.
23.
Mm-hmm. Just going to get there.
It could be said that this is a triumph of aspiration over reality, but nevertheless, the aspiration is there, and I particularly point to the blue box, which talks about the empowerment of communities participate in the energy strategy in a way which meets their needs. Now, make what you like of that. It is there, and it's clear that this is what the strategy is trying to achieve. Community empowerment. That takes us back into the main evidence in the case, which I'm not going to repeat.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy, Mr. Bell, to finish off on this topic.
Thank you. I think whilst the draft strategy is just that and is fair to afford a limited weight, the matter of the just transition is a spatial principle in NPF4, and as of 13th of February, that is in force. So it is an important point. The question I would say is, how do we deal with it in this application? And looking at the strategy itself, I think Mr. Ford was quite right to go quickly to the point about oil and gas, where the government's made a very bold objective to move as quickly as possible from oil and gas, because that will potentially worry a lot of people in terms of jobs. Will they get another job? Will they be able to reskill? And for Aberdeen and the northeast, if for spatial planning up there, that's particularly important, perhaps. But the government does highlight in the document, for example, page 9, there is reference to hydrogen as an emerging sector, where it says perfectly placed to support a just transition for existing oil and gas workforces. So that kind of point comes through in the energy strategy as far as the just transition applies to it for redeploying and reskilling workforces. So in terms of onshore wind, we do actually get a lot of guidance within OWPS. And I thought it would be helpful just to highlight 5 references, and I'll do it fairly quickly. 2.1.1, the government says
OWPS
2.1.1, page 8, government's committed to achieving climate change targets in a way that maximises the economic and social benefits of a just transition to a net zero economy. And then 2.2.1, just below that, this is about the sector deal and the leadership group. The deal will be developed and will aid a just transition. So it's identifying solutions to deployment challenges establishing opportunities to maximise benefits. And then at 2.4.7, it's crucial that the principles of a just transition are actively applied across the sector and that the benefits of an increased deployment of onshore wind are felt by all of Scotland's citizens, especially in communities that host development. Then 2 more to go very briefly. 4.2.3. To secure just transition that benefits all of Scotland, communities and Scotland communities, we must take steps to ensure that our national, regional, local economies are thriving, local energy economies are thriving, and that the transition to net zero delivers for all parts of Scotland. And then lastly, 5.5.9. This is perhaps the key reference. 25. Our Just Transition Plan makes clear the Scottish Government's commitment to developing our economy in a way that brings Scotland's citizens with us, and we believe that onshore wind will play a significant role in that journey. So, going back to NPF4 and the spatial principle, for onshore wind, we get guidance within the statement, which has an emphasis on community benefits and the economic aspects. So what we talked about earlier in terms of that level of investment, job creation, and ongoing investment through the operational period, and the community benefit payments, albeit there's a materiality point to bear in mind that this development would make a positive contribution to the just transition. That's all I wanted to say on that. Thank you.
I think I've got enough for today. And I appreciate your time today in getting through all of that. Is there anything that anybody wants to say? And this is not really, I could go around and ask people to sum up, but I don't think that's probably worthwhile doing at this stage. I think I've got enough comments from everybody that have the recording of today, so I can go back and listen over the comments. Is there anything that anybody wants to highlight to me as a very final point? It has to be, I think, very brief at this stage. It's 4:15, and I want to conclude today. So
just
Mr.
got
Hardy,
one,
you have
just one point. Something in relation to that argument from Dr. Ford about new virgin sites and repowering and so on. If you look in the onshore wind policy statement, I mean, our general point is, look, it's so obvious you don't need any references, but if you want to reference paragraph 5.3 on page 31 of the statement, it's a useful hook, where what that says is not all not all onshore wind development needs to take place on new sites. And then it goes in, as some of Scotland's first wind farms reach the end of their consented life, we can consider multiple options. So, I mean, this is the commentary which is dovetails with NPF4. I think that's just a useful reference there to Scotch, what Dr. Ford had to say.
No comments from anybody else before we finish up. Right.
If I may, that absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Campbell? Yes.
If I may, that absolutely seems to support what he was saying, but I'm sure I'm retarded and intended that way. Thank you, ma'am. You've been very patient today. Much appreciated it.
Right, I don't have any further questions. I said thank you very much for your involvement today. So I'm going to end the hearing session here. Just a couple of things to just highlight, which I touched on earlier. So I will get an email out to those parties that we discussed earlier about commenting on NPF4 in relation to the historic environment and cultural heritage matters. So I'll just get them to draft that email the next couple of days. So HES will come back on the 3rd, Foresight Community Group and any of the councils who wish to comment as well on the 10th. And then the applicant's got final comments that they can make on it on the 17th. So I'll set that out in an email. And providing that meets with what Historic Environment Scotland can do. I haven't been in touch with them yet, but I'm hoping that will be okay. And then finally, the Esdale Muir inquiry is scheduled from the 28th of February until the 3rd of March. It's over 4 days. It's in person. We have a venue almost arranged. And I don't know if that's been communicated to you yet. It's in Hoyk. It's likely to be at the rugby club in Hoyk. And details will be provided to you for that, along with the Ministry of Defence. Mr. Campbell, yes.
My group doesn't wish to participate in that section, but it would like to be told when it is, so that it can observe.
Yeah, fine. All that will be on our website anyway. Details of the arrangements and starting times and various things like that. Once I've worked out an itinerary for that, and I've got statements in to get that progressed and arranged. Yes, no problem with people observing, and we'll try and make some space. There isn't an enormous capacity in the room. It's not the biggest of rooms. Fingers crossed. I'm hoping the Wi-Fi will work okay, but we'll just see how we get on. Yes, you're welcome to attend and observe and listen to the proceedings. If there's nothing further, I'll finish up for today, and I will see some of you again. Thank you very much for your time today, and have a good evening. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.